Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Green River judge on Wednesday hinted he'll send the animal cruelty case of Cody Roberts to a jury in 2 months. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Judge Richard Lavery stopped just short of denying Roberts' argument for immunity, saying he'll file a written order later.
So Cody Roberts had argued via his attorney, Robert Piper, we have all these carve-outs to allow for the capture, hunting, killing, destruction of predators and some other wildlife in our state laws to where you can't be charged with felony animal cruelty if you're doing those things and you're doing it in a way that's not otherwise violating laws.
During today's court proceedings, Judge Lavery said two consequential things. One, the judge said he felt the defense was treating the exception too broadly. And two, he proceeded to plan many of the technical aspects of the trial, including wanting a panel of 31 jurors. A Buffalo Circuit Court judge Wednesday found that continued random alcohol testing was appropriate for State Representative Bill Allemond, despite his request that it be suspended during the budget session. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Allemond's attorney said that's unconstitutional.
According to information in the court today, the testing is the least possible, so it's only like once a month. But what came out today was that his attorney, through written argument and then in court today, argued that it's unconstitutional to have him tested because he's still innocent until proven guilty, and that the fact that he has no criminal record also is a reason why he shouldn't be tested. The judge recommended either he could buy a portable breathalyzer test, or he could go to a Laramie County place where he can do it around his legislative sessions and accomplish it that way.
State Representative Allemond is fighting a driving while under the influence of alcohol charge in Johnson County. According to court affidavits, the charge against Allemond stems from a report from a fellow driver headed northbound on I-25 around noon on December 28th, who told authorities that Allemond's blue Tacoma pickup was, quote, all over the road hitting rumble strips at varying speeds, unquote. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A grizzly spotted out wandering in Yellowstone National Park on Monday might be up from hibernation. Cowboy State Daily's outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports the bear's incredibly early or awake incredibly late.
Bear sightings are not completely unheard of this time of year, but they are extremely rare. The interesting part here that, of course, nobody can know for certain, is this bear still out? Or did it just come out of the den and now it's going to stay out? Or did it just come out of the den for a short walkabout, maybe grab a snack and go back into its den? Nobody's been able to determine that. But again, it's unusual because a good general rule is the first bears, which are usually the great big gigantic dominant males, don't start really popping out of the den and getting active until the first week of March or so. And we've got one like an average size bear out running around in January.
Prominent bear expert Frank Van Manen tells Cowboy State Daily that this could be one of the earliest bear sightings on record. In a widespread statewide hoax, automated voicemails left at high schools around Wyoming threatened to detonate bombs and shoot up schools on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that authorities say that over a dozen schools in Wyoming got the same AI-generated threat.
They have things that they check on where they can tell where a call originates from. In this case, it was outside the United States. And whoever left the message, either it was a digital message, it was total AI, using a robot voice, or it was something that disguised their voice to sound mechanical. It was a pretty serious threat, even though they knew very quickly that it wasn't a credible threat.
Chance Wakama, Chief Deputy of Operations for the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, tells Cowboy State Daily that just because it's a threat generated by artificial intelligence doesn't mean they're harmless or that they're not taken seriously. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything.
Just absolutely mad.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a Thursday. Jen Coker's here. We're going to get to her in a second. Today's show includes a lot of interesting stories. School districts factor into 2 of the stories. Grizzly bears. On a day goes by, you don't have a grizzly bear. Chancey Williams. We're going to talk a little country music. And special guests, we got them. What a fun day this is going to be as far as special guests. Senator Eric Barlow will be here. He's running for governor also, by the way, and he's got an interesting bill proposed for next month. Tara Ross, along with Nancy Martinz, those 2 run a podcast called Crime Off the Grid, and we got introduced to them through this young lady. Jen Coker turned us on to Crime Off the Grid. I'm excited to talk to them, Jen.
I'm so excited for you to talk to them. You're going to love them.
Good thing that they're joining us via Zoom. I got your cold flu thing.
I
It's,
transmitted, didn't I? Right.
yeah. It's brutal. Came over the headphones, maybe?
Yeah, I think it did. I have to say, I just finally bit the bullet after 2.5 weeks and went to the clinic yesterday. Sinus infection. Antibiotics. I might recommend you do that just to save yourself time.
Well, normally when I do get a bad cold or flu, like I kick the actual cold and flu in a couple of days, but the lingering that you experience is, I've had that, I'm sure. So good point. I'm going to get ahead of it, right?
Yeah. I mean, already one day on antibiotics, a new person emerges. Good. Yes.
Okay. I could do that. I hate going to the clinic.
I hate it more than anything.
There's sick people in there.
I hate it. And every time I walk in, I just steel myself for the benefit.
I hate
the cost. I hate the process. I hate everything.
Totally.
Guy, I have to say, this is hysterical. We're sitting there at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
And a delivery guy walks in. It's like at 7:02. And he's like, delivery, somebody DoorDash food to himself in the waiting room. I'm like, you just couldn't wait?
Dude, are you serious?
I'm dead
this
serious.
Is the biggest food faux pas. This is bigger than the guy who takes out his homemade seafood in a Tupperware in the flight, in the middle seat.
Mm-hmm.
Middle seat, old fish out of a Tupperware.
Yeah.
You can't go 2 hours without eating.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's literally wait for your breakfast, sir. It'll be served momentarily when you're out of here.
Dude. Yeah, and presumably this guy's germy as all get out. So now the delivery driver's got it.
I know. And then he got called in before he could eat.
Oh, so his food's just sitting there. And you ate it, right?
Yeah. No, I don't eat germy stuff left by a sick person.
I don't eat food just laying around. Yeah.
No, I've got a Motorchrome of standard.
Okay. Yeah. People, man. Well, this is kind of colorful characters that make life busy for the park rangers. One spent a ton of time in Yellowstone. So did the other one. Her first job, she visited Yellowstone. Was that the Nancy one? Who are the two?
Yeah, that was Nancy. And what I found interesting at both, at age 16, they're just like, this is it for me.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you, but I'm still trying to figure it out. And I'm on the other side of 50. So at age 16, they're like, this is what we want to do. They went for it and stayed there and just grew their careers. And I just found that interesting also. And they talked about a lot of their ranger friends, and it seems like everybody stays at least 30 years. You know, they might bounce around from different parks, but it seems like it's a longevity focused career.
Yes. And if you work for the National Park Service, the typical way is like, I thought everybody does. Who doesn't want an outdoor job like that? That's so fun. You got to start volunteering. Then you move up to, you got a mop in your hands for like the first 3 years. You're with the NPS, man. But they got right on pretty much. That's really cool.
I know. And, you start out seasonal, right? So then they have to figure it out. But then they were both hired fairly rapidly.
Yeah.
And Tara started off in, I think, oh man, I'm going to get this wrong. She's from Tennessee. So I believe her first job was in Tennessee at a park.
I could hear that.
Yeah.
I listened to a little bit of the podcast. You know how far I went, Jen, even in my dilapidated state right now.
Mm-hmm.
I listened to one of their podcasts and I listened to the opening music bed and I tried to go find the exact one on Storyblocks. Like there's only a certain amount of places where you can go get royalty-free music. So I went and I tried to match it up. But, there's thousands of songs. And I got one close that I'll play and see if they recognize. But yeah,
good job. I like the roar of the animal at the end of it.
Crime Off the Grid. Tara, who you can hear a little bit of a Southern accent.
Mm-hmm.
Nancy came on board, I think, late last year. It was Tara's idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she's
Tara
like,
started.
Nancy, you gotta. And those two never really worked together side by side, but they have worked on the same Yellowstone, right?
Yeah, exactly. And from Tara knew of Nancy because apparently she was legendary as far as some of her work on crimes. And so she always just kind of considered her a mentor. And she has a thing, what would WND, what would Nancy do? And she, throughout her career in certain situations, she was like WND. And I thought that was awesome. But of course, that's one of the things I had to cut.
I was going to ask you that. That's too bad you had to cut it because I couldn't get the answer. I heard them mention it on the podcast. Tara said, Nancy's going to be joining us. She doesn't know what she's getting into, but, WND.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it is.
I didn't know what she was talking about. Okay. Wow. That's good. The podcast is fascinating. I think they do it weekly. There's stuff like death over divorce. It was that one. And they stay pretty up to date. Like, remember the guy and his newlywed wife or girlfriend or whatever, and she was fell off a cliff at the bottom of the cliff. He's like, I was going to the bathroom in the porta potty. Really?
Yeah.
They got all kinds of very interesting stuff. It's where true crime and the great outdoors intersect. Tara's two favorite things.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah,
and I always wondered those crimes. There's quite a few of those where somebody goes off the edge of a cliff. Like, that's a real hard one.
Because what if it really did happen? What if you're taking a picture of your new bride and you're like, oh, you're not in the viewfinder. Take one step back and you don't notice. She don't notice. Whoop! And you have to explain that to law enforcement. And they're looking at the footprints and they're like, you sure you didn't want an annulment the hard way?
I know.
Ooh.
But that's my new test for whether or not I have a true friend. Can I stand at the edge of a cliff with them?
Oh.
Safely?
Jen, Truth fall. Yeah. Okay. You better achieve a certain amount of trust up to that point. That's like the final stage, right? You don't
That's
do
the
that
final
first.
Step.
Right?
No,
Like,
we build up to that. We start with coffee.
Right. Like, hey, hi, you seem kind of sketchy. I have this test I do. Like, no, but it's not a first date, first meeting thing.
Too risky. Yeah, it's the final test.
Yeah. Okay, good. The missing guy. Tuesday, we flew drones, but it was too windy, kind of.
And yesterday, Bill Dosey of Find 911, he's a drone guy, and he also has cadaver dogs and scent dogs. And I just saw a post from him that came out late last night. And he said they had canvassed. They went door to door and just said, can we check if you haven't already checked your video surveillance, check your video surveillance in all of your outbuildings. So they literally went door to door. And he said in his post, I haven't spoken to him yet, but he said that they uncovered information that may be helpful, whatever that means. And his poor wife is obviously beside herself. I mean, it's just a scary situation. You know, he's on foot. They know that for sure.
David Kelsey probably has his phone and wallet. No charges made on the card. No. I think they pinged the phone, but they couldn't get anything. Authorities are asking, yes, go check your barn, check your bully barn, your chicken coop, whatever. There's something he's challenged a bit he's got a hitch in his giddy up for sure. He's got an autoimmune situation. That's probably not good, being out in the cold.
Right. Yeah. And he's considered in danger and vulnerable. And I don't ask what that means because obviously you want to protect that person's privacy. So they're focusing on city limits, though. When I spoke to Monty McLean from the what county am I in? Park County. Yeah. He said that they are focusing in town, and he's got search and rescue. Cody PD has people out, and Bill with Find 911, which is a nonprofit, and I think it's a paid business too for other stuff. But they're all out there, and it sounds like they got quite a group working on this. So, gosh, I just hope for something, and I just hope he's safe. He wandered somewhere.
And again, the wife says not like him to just, wander off like this, leave no note or anything. 50-year-old David Kelsey missing in Cody. And if you have one of those Ring cameras or one of those door things, check it. You never know if he's walking by, and look at where he may be holed up trying to stay warm, anywhere that he can get in.
Yeah. But his wife described him as just a very kind, very family oriented, like a guy who likes to stay close to home with a tight circle of friends.
Yeah. Does not sound like something he would or should be doing.
Right.
All right. What else is happening in your world, Jen? There can't be a question you did not ask of Tara and Nancy. I wouldn't imagine.
I just saturate. We had such a great long conversation, and I would do it again. In a heartbeat. They're so fascinating and just good storytellers and nice people. As for me, what you might want to know, what I have coming this weekend, I'm working on a feature right now from the point of view of the father of the murdered boy. I talk about, he has his boy home now, and I talk about his efforts to bury him on his ranch, which is heartbreaking because he wanted his son to inherit that ranch. And also he is working with Wyoming politicians to change the laws regarding the Amber Alert criteria. What that means, I'll tell you when I find out. I'm working on that right now.
Yeah, maybe something that's what color is lesser than amber, because this is a case where you didn't have someone snatch them, and you had no real reason to believe there was any something bad going to be involved. But the husband's like, I don't know. He's probably seen, I'm sure they've had arguments, and he's got great insight into his ex girlfriend and that they had a kid with, and he's probably like, she could do something. Like, I see a scenario where you guys are probably going to want to find her sooner than later.
Right. Yeah. And for my understanding, that is a lesser concern, as there was no history of child abuse.
Yeah.
And she was, at the time she disappeared, the custodial parent. And of course, when she didn't show up for the court hearing, she became the non-custodial parent, and he was granted custody. So it depends on when she actually fled. But regardless, at the point where he was reported missing, she became non-custodial. So I don't know the differentiations, but at the time, it did not meet the criteria from law enforcement's standpoint. And of course, now that it ended the way it did, it calls into question, what is the criterion? Is that acceptable? And he sees it. This is a tragedy for him, of course, but he doesn't want to see it happen to anybody else's child. So he is going to work. So far, a resolution has passed in Thermopolis with the Hot Springs County Republicans. So that's the first step, is to get the resolution passed. It's a grassroots attempt to push this to the legislative level.
Jen's been following this story about Madeline, what is her last name?
Daly.
Madeline Daly, who absconded with Basil, and then we know how it ended tragically. And there wasn't much law enforcement was willing to do or even able to do. They were kind of handcuffed as far as what they were able to do. Those two had joint custody, right? The kid would go here and then there, and
and they did have joint custody, and he fought for that in the courts. However, she didn't let him see the child, so he was constantly back in the courts fighting for his visitation rights. So it was kind of a boondoggle from the start as far as his ability to see his son. He was always fighting to get that opportunity.
Just knowing she didn't want to share time with him is red flag. But again, the way the law is written, that would have to be changed.
Yeah. And in fact, according to court documents, she later said she didn't want the boy to have to go to Nebraska, where he lives, twice a month. And after talking to Jake Stoner, the father, he said that wouldn't have been started until 15 months from now, when the boy was 3. So, or 2, and whatever that ends up being. So they still had time before he would have to do those visits, but she did not want to honor to send him 2 times a month to Nebraska to spend time with his dad.
People, whether you're ordering DoorDash at the emergency clinic, opening up a Tupperware of stink on an airplane, or you go from, I don't like the idea our son visits you. I hate that so much that it's a better life for him if he's dead. And then he'll never visit you or anyone. How do you get there, Madeline?
I mean, just a very unfortunate situation. I think a lot of people are asking that same question.
All right, Jen. I'll be interested, similar to Claire, talking to her story subjects and really getting them to open up. You've been able to develop a relationship with the dad, Jake, right? Yeah, that's cool. I'm just for his benefit, for you to be able to be there for him, let him talk, write it down, and then maybe the next situation isn't this situation, or I'm sure it's very cathartic, and following up the story. It's rare you can get a story subject to talk like this.
Well, it's, being in the trenches with him from the start, that makes a big difference, because I not too many news outlets covered the boy being missing. So he appreciated the coverage. So you kind of form a bond.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to take a nap. And
hang in there, Jake. Think about that clinic. Think about it.
I will not be ordering food while I'm there. I just want to get in, get out, get some antibiotics. Maybe.
Worth it.
Yeah. Thank you. Have a great day. That's Jen Coker. Jen joins us Tuesdays and Thursdays, and her story about the podcasting park rangers is really cool. She's been promising it for a while. I went and listened to a couple podcasts. I love what they do. They are great storytellers. besides having a lot of experience, 30 plus years doing what they did, law enforcement in parks, in the Forest Service, besides that, their own stories like, oh, that time we had to tase the bear, the time we had to tase that crazy camper. Like, they have so many stories, but they also know, because of their knowledge of parks, they go look at modern day stuff. They're both retired now, so they go dive into the stories of the day and bring those back to life the way those true crime podcasts can only do. Tara's really good at it. And Nancy brings the what would Nancy do reasoning. We should all ask ourselves before we place an order to DoorDash from the waiting room in the emergency clinic, what would Nancy do? Probably not order the salmon to the hospital. What the heck? Dude, you must not be feeling that bad. Whatever. Time for a break.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me,
When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday. I'm Jake. Thanks for being here with us. We got to change to our weather music because we're going to do weather real quick. There we go. Day weather forecast for today. Not too bad, not compared to what the rest of the country is getting or going to get. Mostly sunny, breezy in Casper, highs 42. Sunny in Riverton, 44 the high. Very comfortable for winter. Evanston, sunny, mid-30s. Mostly sunny, breezy in Green River with highs around 40. Pinedale 34, sunshine. Alpine, clouds on the increase, highs 31. Sunny, breezy in DuBois with a high of 36. Mostly sunny in Jackson with highs 34 today. Thermopolis, sunny, highs 43. Cody, you'll get to 46, which might be some silver lining in the search for the missing man. That 46 is not, at least it's not 6 or minus. Buffalo gradually becoming sunny, 41 today. Sheridan mostly sunny, 45. Gillette, slight chance of snow in the early morning. Otherwise breezy, and the sun will pop out in the afternoon, 41 the high in Gillette. Newcastle, chance of snow, breezy. Sunny in the afternoon, though, highs upper 30s. Torrington, generally clearing trend with highs in the mid-40s. Same for Wheatland. Mostly sunny, breezy in the state capital, Cheyenne, highs 40. Mostly sunny, breezy, highs 34 in Laramie. South Central Wyoming and Rawlins, sunny, breezy, 35. I wonder if the weather forecast historically, and we'll ask Don Day later. Here's the question for Don Day. I always think of a question for Don later, and if I don't write it down, I'm going to forget. My question for Don Day is going to be, historically, what is the high temperature during the legislative session in Cheyenne? I'm thinking when you gather over 100 lawmakers in the state capitol doing a lot of harumphing, harumph, talking about bills, just a lot of hot air in that capital, I'm wondering if that influences weather, and whether or not, excuse the pun, how do we even ask that? If we go back and look at the high for Cheyenne, traditionally in January, depending on when the session is, typically January, February, this budget session is going to be February 9 through early March. I think it's scheduled for 31 days. Might even be shorter. Budget sessions usually short. Is the high, if you go back over the years, is it warmer in Cheyenne? Typically, like all of a sudden Cheyenne will be, today's high 22. And then when the session starts, the highs are in the 40s, near 50. And then when they all leave and the session's over, Cheyenne's high today, 17. Because of all the hot air they're blowing around talking about bills. I don't mean to disparage electeds, but it's a lot of talking, right? Like me. The hot air in this studio, I'm sure I raised the temperature here in Jackson a little bit. Well, that's just me. What if you got all of them together? The whole House, the whole Senate, all harumphing over bills. And we're thinking about earmarking $6 million to the revenue sharing NIL program of the University of Wyoming to buy us a good quarterback. What say you? Legislators, lawmakers, harump, and the temperature starts going up. In session temps, higher, question mark there. Hopefully when Don's on, he'll remember what the heck that means. When the temps are in session in Cheyenne's, when the legislature is in session, temps are higher. I'm guessing. And just spitballing here. I'm not a weather guy. What? Don't blame me. I'm not a weatherman. Oh, we had Jen on. She would have been excited over this headline. Jen, a little bit kind of fancies Sheriff Alex Bakken. I think Jen's the one that calls him like the hottie sheriff. He's young. When he took that job, Carbon County Sheriff, he was one of the youngest, if not the youngest sheriff in Wyoming. I think he was second youngest. Good looking dude. We have Sheriff Bakken on the show on Mondays primarily. Every now and then The sheriff was just settling down the other day to a good book, and we're getting to the part where Jen is probably like, what? Photos, or it didn't happen. He was settling down to his good book when his wife, oh, darn Jen, he's married. His wife said, you should check out Facebook. And he's like, oh, do I have to? The wife said, you should check out the Rollins News and Chatter on Facebook. And Sheriff Bakken thought, those conversations rarely end well. I can only imagine what's on it now. So reluctantly, he did look. And everybody was talking about how one of Sheriff Bakken's deputies was caught on camera playing cornhole naked. From the waist down anyway. Pants off. No underpants, neither. Birthday suit from the waist down. Bakken's like, no, that's not one of my guys. But for a second, it had to go through his mind. If it was one of my guys, who would it be? I'm going to ask him that. Is Sheriff Bakken scheduled for next Monday? He is. February 2nd. Okay, I will ask him that. As touchy, as difficult as it would be to broach that question. Boy, how do you even bring that up? Sheriff Bakken, regarding the naked cornhole deputy. And right then, you'll probably turn off his Zoom. We understand that it was not one of your deputies. It was Carbon County, Utah, which again highlights the fact that, you know what? Name your town or county something different. And that includes Wyoming, sort of. I mean, we love Wyoming. Comes from Pennsylvania. Everybody steals their name. Buffalo, Wyoming. That's from Buffalo, New York. Have imagination. The sky's the limit in what you could name your county, your town. You want to name it after a prestigious, in this case, I don't know what Carbon County, Utah is named after. They probably got lots of carbon, a lot of coal. But come up with a different name because it's confusing. The news came out, Carbon County, Utah, in parentheses, sheriff's deputy was seen playing cornhole in his driveway with no pants on. And Sheriff Bakken, I'm willing to venture, and I will ask him for 1 second. It went through his mind, oh, God, who would that be? If that's true, before he saw the word Utah, he's like, oh, no. Oh, that's probably deputy fill in the blank. And then he's like, no, none of my people would do that. And then he probably looked at the name and he's like, I don't have anybody like that on staff. And then he's like, oh, Utah, Carbon County, Utah, duh. Sheriff Alex Bakken says, not one of his guys. That's what they do in Utah. Carbon County, Utah deputy recently seen in court after allegedly playing cornhole without his pants in his driveway. Shortly thereafter, a Facebook user posted the news headline on one of our esteemed cultural information sharing platforms, said Sheriff Bakken. That being Rollins News and Chatter Facebook page, where you go to get all the dirt. And the users were tricked into thinking, the users who don't read, and there's plenty of them. Ask Justin Hathaway, who's going to be on the show tomorrow, runs Casper Planet. There's plenty of people that read this fast. Carbon County deputy naked. Oh, Sheriff Bakken. Oh, they didn't read Utah. That would be a huge clue. And they didn't read much anything else. And they're sharing the story. And Bakken said his phone was blowing up, email, etc., etc. This is Deputy Rick Adam we're talking about, 62-year-old playing cornhole full-on commando. Commando cornhole. Which is a matter of your city ordinance, you know? Where is he? And KUTV reported this. Let me see this story. And he looks kind of young for 62. Rick Adams, 62, charged with obstruction of justice. So I assume they went to arrest his alleged drunk ASS. And he probably gave him one of those, "Do you know who I am?" "Yes, we do, Deputy Adams. We recognize you by your Class A misdemeanor lewdness." Yes. Which is a the obstruction of justice is a Class A misdemeanor. Lewdness, Class B. So running around with your pants off in Price, Utah is kind of bad, but not real bad. This is Utah. Typically, Utah's shy stance to anything being heavily Mormon influenced, the LDS, when it comes to any of the vices like drinking or playing cornhole without your pants, it doesn't sound like a Utah thing at all. It sounds like this story come out of Florida, doesn't it? So I'm surprised it's only a Class B misdemeanor for commando cornhole. Court docs did not state whether he was wearing any other clothes. We just know that he didn't have pants or underpants, and it was not Carbon County, Wyoming, and had nothing to do with Sheriff Alex Bakken. But we will ask him and have fun with it next Monday when he comes on. He's got to know we can't resist going there. I mean, now we know it's the wrong guy. Andrew Rossi, by the way, has the story. The headline is Carbon County Sheriff says naked cornhole playing deputy is in Utah. Not Wyoming, not one of ours, says Sheriff Alex Bakken. Andrew Rossi's story. So when Sheriff Bakken comes on next week, the follow-up has to be if, and for that split second before you figured out it was Utah, in that split second, who came to mind? What deputy? Or he's not going to say, obviously. He's not going to. It's not like the Buffalo Bills ownership that's more than happy to throw their players under the bus as they fire their coach. He's not going to name names, but he could have just acknowledged, yeah, I had one guy I thought, if anyone had it said Wyoming and not Utah, yeah, there's one guy I thought might enjoy cornhole a la, sans pants. How do you say that in French? Sans pantalons. That might be Spanish. Let's take a break on that note because it's a tough segue getting to Megan Degenfelder. When we left you on the show yesterday, there was breaking news. It was too late to get to. This is the breaking news we were going to talk about.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
All right. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder has stepped in. She's reluctant to do stuff like this because she likes to give school districts a lot of freedom to do their thing. But in this case, enough's enough. And Superintendent Degenfelder said, you got to get your act together there in Sweetwater County's school district number 1 after multiple non-compliance complaints. The latest we just heard is the teacher that accidentally showed a nude person. Was that herself? I think we still don't know, but whatever. She had the overhead projector. Oh man, I'm showing my boomerness. Whatever it is they use to flash a photograph on the chalkboard or the white screen when they pull it down. You got to get the tallest kid in the class to pull down the white screen, right? Hey, Hank, you're on the basketball team. Pull that screen down for the teacher. And she used her phone and she was trying to teach anatomy, which, hey, anatomy's the body. And she was trying to show what different muscles are at work when you're throwing cornhole bean bags. No, that was the other story. I don't know what she was doing. She accidentally showed a photo of somebody naked. Didn't go over well. One 17-year-old student came home crying. I saw a naked body. What? Parents, more upset than the kids, obviously, as usually the case, and just don't like the way the school district handled it. Yeah, mistakes happen was the majority of the parents' attitude. But you gotta, we have to be made aware of this. You gotta write, at the very least, a press release and then tell us how it's not going to happen again. Put some protocol in place. Put up some guardrails. Show us what no more using your phone. Let's start with that. No more showing anyone what's on your phone. It's got to be school approved material. If we're going to show anatomy in the special ed class, which was the case, they say a projector. So some kind of projector that, maybe Bluetooth to your phone. You can't be using your... This reminds me a little bit of the Cody coach and teacher who sort of, in my opinion, crossed the line with stuff with the students. This is common. This is what would Nancy do. WND. Nancy will be on later. Using your phone to show, because I've got photos on my phone I would not want to share with school kids. I mean, they're not horrible. I got photos of me skinny, like jumping off a cliff, and I don't have any. I'm not playing cornhole. You know, jumping off a cliff into cold water, and it's taken from the back, and you can see my butt. Like, I wouldn't want to have that accidentally pop up in a school classroom. And here's how I would ensure it doesn't pop up. As if, if somebody gets hold of the phone, they could just swipe left. What's this, Mr. Jake? Oh, God. To ensure that, you would transfer the photo you want to use to a school laptop, presumably, or a school iPad, or a school-issued piece of equipment, and then show it. It's simple stuff. They should be simple. It should be a no-brainer, what would Nancy do kind of thing. But because it's not, because people do order DoorDash to the emergency room, clinic, waiting room, and people do eat stinky seafood on an airplane in the middle seat, dude, respect. Yes, this is why we need rules and laws for every dang thing. Megan Degenfelder's involved now. She wants Sweetwater County School District basically to get it together. Messages left for the superintendent, Joseph Libby, not immediately responded to by Cowboy State Daily. To Cowboy State Daily. Claire McFarland's on the story. Degenfelder said her office has received multiple formal and informal concerns. And she said, it's my responsibility under the Wyoming Constitution, federal law, other state laws, blah, 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 to go in there and start kicking desks over and find out what's going on. She said, typically, she likes to let school district do their thing. Her quote is, I give great deference to locally elected school district trustees when it comes to local district governance, Megan Degenfelder wrote. However, there are times when the state must step in, and this is one of those times. Sweetwater County School District, also the school district being sued by a parent and a former board trustee over teachers calling her son, daughter by her preferred pronoun, or his preferred, or its preferred pronoun. She didn't think that should be happening. It was done without her knowledge. That was a dust up in Sweetwater County that was at Rock Springs High School, right? And then this latest, and then the whole wristband thing. I mean, this school district just cannot stay out of the headlines. For a moment, their 15 minutes of fame was interrupted by Kelly Walsh. Was it? Or Natrona County, the one that had the girl wanted to start, the senior wanted to start a Turning Point USA club, and they basically tried to deny her. That was in the news for a while. And Sweetwater County School District had to be like, phew, thank goodness someone else is in trouble. But focus back on Sweetwater, and yeah, hopefully this is education we're talking about. It's not something to joke around about. Hopefully they get it fixed. Get it fixed. That's what Superintendent Degenfelder would like to see. Looking at Cowboy State Daily Stories, what is resonating the most with readers? It's by far Representative Bill Allemond, over 1,000 impressions. He, the other day, 2 days ago, who's in the Zoom room now? It's got to be somebody really early, right? Yes. All right. Where was I? I'm going to be easily distracted today. I definitely got the flu, the cold, the crud. Senator Allemond, Representative Allemond, oops, I just gave him an upgrade He was pulled over suspicions of driving while under the influence. He reportedly told officers after they saw a beer can in his vehicle. I think it was Michelob Ultra. Ugh. I would say, if I was the lawyer of Bill Alleman, I'd be like, sir, judge, nobody can get drunk on Michelob Ultra Light. I could sit here and drink a case of that water, and you could test me, and I would be good to go. Just a thought. But Alleman said he needs to drink, reportedly said he needs to drink the beer while he's driving because he's got anxiety issues operating his motor vehicle. Well, we all have some level of anxiety when we're driving. You know, I probably could use a little something to take the edge off when I see some idiot do something idiotic. But I wouldn't think to slow my roll with a can of Michelob Ultra, allegedly. So Alleman had that misspokeness. And then he's got a budget session next month in Cheyenne, and yet he's required to undergo some randomized alcohol testing to make sure he's not drinking. And he said that's really cumbersome. Number one, he said it's unconstitutional. He said, I'm not guilty. I'm waiting to see if I'm guilty. How can you impose a restriction on me when I'm presumed innocent? Interesting argument, interesting loophole by the lawyer. Personally, I would have went with the nobody can get drunk on Mick Ultra Light, but that is an interesting one, that if I'm still not convicted of DUI, if I'm still awaiting trial, if it's still just a charge, then I'm innocent. And what kind of innocent person has to undergo random alcohol testing? Good argument, but what it came off sounding like is I'd like to not have to do these tests because I have the important work of the people to do in February. And that doesn't sound any better than I need to drink when I drive because I have anxiety. Representative Alleman might be a fantastic lawmaker, but he needs a PR person. He needs a PIO who says, Representative Alleman, please don't talk. I'll do that for you. Judge Jeremy Kissling said, no, we're going to test you. You're just a regular guy. Case prosecutor, Johnson County Deputy Attorney Joshua Stenshouse told the judge, I should be asking for a higher level of testing. Never mind, he doesn't get tested. I'm going easy on him. And he also said the county, and here's the $1 million quote. This is what I said yesterday when I found this story out. Deputy attorney, prosecuting attorney for the county, this is Johnson County. He said the county treats every drunk driving arrest the same, whether you're in legislature or waiting tables. That's what I said. I think I even used the waiter or, maybe the burger flipper at McDonald's, the guy at the Napa counter getting you parts. You're no better than them just because you're a state rep and you make laws. And that story, that whole issue, that there's been public officials, high-profile public officials who've gotten pulled over and charged with a DUI before. And usually people are forgiving. They understand it can happen, and you keep it on the down low and you get through it. But in the case of Representative Alleman, just cannot stay out of his own way with this story, in my opinion. IMO, allegedly. Just, so that story, 1,000 impressions, 153 comments, 29 shares. Cassie says, let's not be drunk when allocating money. That's another good idea. Let's not make any laws while you're under the influence either. Random testing for all lawmakers, maybe. We're out of time this hour. We got 3 to go if I make it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. Thanks for spending it with us. We'll be right back after top of the hour news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder announced on Wednesday her office is launching an investigation into the special education program at Sweetwater County School District Number 1. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the investigation comes after multiple non-compliance complaints.
This investigation is special ed, and there are really strict parameters. You've got federal law, you've got all sorts of mandates. And so this is Degenfelder saying, hey, this is an area where I really want to step in and make sure they're doing it right. She basically said, I don't like interfering with local control, but the uproar on this one, the complaints of non-compliance are pushing me to take a deeper look.
The Wyoming Department of Education says it will start a special monitoring process of special education practices and procedures and will start on February 23rd. Popular with photographers and wildlife watchers because of his remarkable size, a bull elk named Split 5 was legally killed by a hunter. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that fans are mourning the loss of the gigantic bull elk that was part of the Estes Park, Colorado urban herd.
It's one of those celebrity animals that everybody knows, and now he's gone, and people are sad about it. And I talked to a gentleman from Wyoming who is an elk hunter and a wildlife photographer, and he did go down there frequently, and he's got a lot of pictures and a lot of memories with the Split 5 bull. And he said, yeah, on one hand, it's sad. On the other hand, hey, if he was legally taken by hunters, that's great. And the bull was old anyway. The bull was probably about 13. You know, if they're lucky, they live to be about 15.
The bull was apparently shot during Colorado's fall hunting season. After the news broke this week that Split 5 was gone, social media lit up with tributes to the legendary bull. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Green River judge on Wednesday hinted he'll send the animal cruelty case of Cody Roberts to a jury in 2 months. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Judge Richard Lavery stopped just short of denying Roberts' argument for immunity, saying he'll file a written order later.
So Cody Roberts had argued via his attorney, Robert Piper, we have all these carve-outs to allow for the capture, hunting, killing, destruction of predators and some other wildlife in our state laws to where you can't be charged with felony animal cruelty if you're doing those things and you're doing it in a way that's not otherwise violating laws. So if you're following the trapping laws, can't be charged with animal cruelty for trapping an animal. That argument came before Judge Lavery Wednesday.
During Wednesday's court proceedings, Judge Lavery said 2 consequential things. One, the judge said he felt the defense was treating the exception too broadly. And 2, he proceeded to plan many of the technical aspects of the trial, including wanting a panel of 31 jurors. A Carbon County, Utah deputy is in trouble after being accused of playing cornhole naked from the waist down. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Carbon County, Wyoming Sheriff Alex Bakken is making sure people know that's a Utah deputy, not his.
A Carbon County Sheriff's deputy was spotted in their own driveway playing cornhole, what I dubbed commando cornhole, because they were wearing nothing below the waist, no pants, no underwear. And they were cited with 2 misdemeanors, one of which was obstruction of justice for trying to submit a false video as evidence after the fact. The thing is, this was Carbon County, Utah, not Carbon County, Wyoming. So a lot of people in Carbon County, Wyoming saw the headline and assumed it was one of their deputies, and Sheriff Sheriff Alex Bakken went online to say, yes, this was a Carbon County Sheriff's deputy. No, it was not a Wyoming Carbon County Sheriff's deputy. Apparently, there are 4 Carbon counties in the United States, and sometimes people get confused, and this was one of those headlines that just popped out when you saw it.
Sheriff Bakken said he got home and was settling in after a hard day on the job on Tuesday when his phone started blowing up. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I respond to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalized.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday, and we get Senator Eric Barlow with us. I'm sharing the most Wyoming photo ever, Senator Barlow, who is running for governor, by the way. That one of you just putting out a forest fire, like, you know, from the back of a Chevy truck.
That is, well, that was an awful type of day.
Yes.
When neighbors come together to try to protect each other's property and animals, but yeah, the picture ended up being kind of a fun one. Did you see the name of the truck? Did you see the license plate?
Clara. What does that mean?
Clara. I guess that's the guy. It's my cousin's truck, so maybe it's a lady he's known once in his life. I don't know what the significance is. I didn't ask.
I actually thought a little bit about it. I'm like, is that his wife's name? No. Is that? And I just, finally gave up. I'm like, well, it's cool.
It's my cousin's truck, and it's still running. Actually, we went to fires in it last summer. That was 2 summers ago. That picture. Yeah. We went to fires in that old girl last summer too. She's still running strong.
Love it. Eric Barlow is currently your senator from SD 23. He's in the first term doing that, but he did 5 tours in the House, including Speaker. He also did a stint with a little outfit called the U.S. Marine Corps, and he's a large animal veterinarian and rancher. I love when I see service people get into politics later in life because they, as you in fact state on a lot of your materials, understand it's service, not politics. And you've got a lifetime of service.
Yeah. So, one of the things when it comes to public service is you always take an oath of office. You tell the folks, you commit to take an oath of office. And oftentimes you do it on a Bible, which this sits wherever I'm doing work or wherever it's close by. So it's a commitment. It's a commitment to not just to your fellow citizens. Absolutely, it is that, but it's a commitment to who you are, to your faith, to your integrity, to do your best on behalf of whatever that is. And it happens to be the United States as in the military, or the state of Wyoming if you're in the Wyoming legislature. So I do think it has it's very meaningful in my mind to start public service understanding that you've sworn duty to try to do your best to uphold. Doesn't mean you're flawless, but you do your best.
Senator Barlow is looking to change his address from Gillette to Cheyenne. We'll talk about the run for governor in a moment. I want to learn more about this bill that you sponsored, the Stem Cell Freedom Act. We see it in the Cowboy State Daily today. You're probably reading it, listeners. It would allow for more freedom for Wyoming, the state, to work on some stem cell stuff safely. and kind of make an end run around the FDA, around the Fed. So I want to make sure it's safe. But this is kind of already being done, and maybe not the safest way. So what does it mean? And what are you trying to do here, Senator Barlow?
Yeah, so this bill, and I have a second bill that I have introduced this session already too. This bill and every other bill I've run comes from a community member, comes from somebody in my community says, hey, what about this? This is a problem, or could we do this, or et cetera. And I can go down the list. For most of those bills, it's been 14 years, right? But for most of those bills, I can remember where I was and what they asked, who the person was and what they were asking for. And so that's the first step in at least my service as a legislator. This bill came from multiple sources, patients and physicians, doctors who said, there's a real opportunity. This medicine, this stem cell stuff is powerful medicine. And how can we in Wyoming, how can the science move faster than the science does move faster than the bureaucracy? So how do we get there? Well, in 2015, 16, 17, we had the right to try efforts, and that's for a little different classification of patients, those that everything else has failed and they have terminal illness. And so we basically took that model, and the states did that first, and then the federal government did it. So I basically revisited that model. It was a collaborative effort. We revisited that model and said, look, if it's good enough for that, and these are patients that have an illness, have a need, and these are, let's be clear, the safety, one of the biggest safety measures in this is these are your own cells. These are cells from your body. And so why would we think that any government has jurisdiction over that if it is powerful medicine? And if we can do some assurances to make sure it's done safely and appropriately by qualified individuals. And so that's the schedule. You have the ability to use your own cells for your own healing, powerful healing opportunity. That's the basis of the bills, and there's other safeguards, and there's no ethical shortcuts. This isn't about using someone else's cells. This isn't about using cells from abortions or anything else. This is your cells for your medicine.
Interesting. That's a huge distinction, Senator Barlow.
Yes, sir.
Understanding it's your own body. So you just need somebody with expertise that knows how to do it. We've had those people on this show that are making great advancements in stem cell research. So yeah, why wouldn't a state allow this, building its own safeguards and safety rails? Even if the feds and even if opponents say the reason it's not FDA approved and reasons to be kind of against it is it hasn't undergone enough rigorous testing. In some cases, 10 case studies, 12. That's not enough, say the feds. But if people are at a desperate point and it's your body and that's all you have left, I like it.
Yeah, well, and let's be clear. This type of therapy, and there are folks out there offering stem cell therapy, and I'd call it stem cell therapy 1.0. This is 2.0, 3.0 stuff. This is next level stuff, next level science, and then apply it in the field of medicine. It's being done in other parts of the world, and we have. I know of anecdotally folks from Wyoming who have gone to other parts of the world to do this because their regulatory system is more responsive to the innovation. So they are moving at a much different pace, i.e. regulatorily. Well, I think we can still apply the science. We can still apply the best practices in this country, but let's find an avenue to do that. I believe this is a route to accomplish that.
Anything else your constituents have brought to? And by the way, this being a non-budget piece of legislation would need 2/3 vote. Sometimes you introduce it with the idea that you understand it's a big, heavy lift, but next time around, now everybody's kind of up to speed on what it is. Anything else you're working on?
Yeah, so the 2/3 is important. Obviously, that's a constitutional limitation in a budget session, but good ideas hopefully move well. And I hope this is a good idea. The other bill that literally came from a phone call that passed me off to someone else was you've been driven the I-80 corridor. I live on, I-90, 59. When you have a lot of industrial heavy truck traffic, they break down along the road. You and I, we break down along the road too sometimes, but they're more likely to call or repair a service truck along the side of the road. So this bill is a move over safety thing, so that when a truck or you break down or my wife breaks down, the AAA comes out and they come and they service the car or they fix a flat tire or they do it. Right now, there's no obligation. They can't have lights on their vehicle to say they're on the side of the road, they're doing this work. So this would allow them to have the same lights, the flashing blue and amber lights, so that someone would say, "Slow, here we are, we're doing work along the side of the road, move over, slow down, and go around." So, you can think of the classic, unfortunate, too often classic accident on I-80, which I actually was just on I-80 a few days ago, and there were several accidents on some really icy roads, and highway patrol's there, a tow truck's there, when the service truck, when the highway patrol leaves, all of a sudden, those folks no longer have that legal protection of, hey, folks, still move over, because they can't have the same lights and there's nothing there. So all of a sudden that scene goes from maybe people are paying attention because of the flashing lights and the highway patrol there. And the highway patrol says, I got to move on to the next thing. And all of a sudden now those folks are completely exposed. So this is just about keeping honest, hardworking people safe along the side of the roads when they're just trying to do their job.
Yeah, and it's about, unfortunately, we do need laws for common sense. This is common sense stuff. When you see somebody pulled over the shoulder of the road, whether it's an abandoned car or somebody doing something, we all pretty much know to get over. Truckers try to get over. If you can, get over, slow down. You never know when something's going to pop out maybe in the lane. All right.
Well, it's pretty basic stuff. I agree with you. You hate to have to remind people, but that, sometimes you got to have those flashing lights to remind us that, hey, pay attention. Well, this really just adds that to that system and says, hey, when this happens, move the heck over.
Yeah, there's guys working wreckers who are just giving somebody a jump, and man, you hate to, people are whizzing by at 80. That's scary.
Right. Absolutely.
I get it. So you declared for governor about 5 months ago. We heard a couple of weeks ago. You've assembled an impressive team that includes Diana Enzi, Tony Ross. How goes the fight? It's barlow4yo.com. Eric Barlow running for governor.
Yeah, so it's been really great. We've hit all 23 counties. In fact, we're on our second round of going through those 20, halfway through that. I was just in 3 counties over this past weekend, hit a couple more this next week before the legislative session. And then, of course, buckle down for the legislative session. But it's been great. We, the Bighorn Basin had a phenomenal tour about the opportunities up there. And up there was, the reservoir, expansion of a water reservoir, the manufacturing in Worland, just learning so much about what's going on. We just did the very southwest, including Lincoln County, hearing about, the value and the efforts around career technical education in the high schools, visited 3 different high schools and heard from community mentors, industry folks about how important, the trades are and what their role is and how they want to expand those things. Of course, if you go to the western side of the state, public lands, right? People are passionate about their public lands. And I was driving through that Star Valley Monday morning, and it was I can understand why. It was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
Beautiful day. So, we've had a really good run, lots of good energy, lots of folks interested in, what's going on in Wyoming and care deeply about Wyoming.
Well, we know it's important to get out there and hear and see all the counties, because Wyoming's huge. Don Day will be on in a minute, and he's going to forecast weather for the state. And that's difficult. There's so many different concerns depending on where you are, what county. And but some things are the same all over for Wyoming. And those include things like limited government. We're all for that. Robust economy and thriving communities. Those are important to you.
Yeah, well, when you think about community, you think about where do we get our health care? Yesterday, I was just in Riverton visiting their new hospital. It was under construction, so I got to walk through that with one of their principal folks, Court McGuffey. He got to say, hey, it's exciting. Babies will be born in Fremont County within the next year plus, right? I mean, that's their goal. And right now, those mothers and families are leaving the county. So those are important things when you talk about having a community that young people want to be a part of. Can they receive the care they need for their family, for themselves? And so, yeah, it's been a remarkable, remarkable 5 months learning about Wyoming. And yesterday, I also had the Tribal Relations Committee, yesterday and the day before, which is a current responsibility I have in the legislature, just hearing about some of the opportunities and challenges that our tribal, citizens have, citizens of Wyoming, but also citizens of 2 sovereign nations. So yeah, it's really been interesting going around. Now, I don't envy Don Day because in his world, it's, wait 5 minutes and the weather will change. I will say this, and you can ask Don about this. There's only 2 professions you can be wrong more than 50% of the time and still have a job. Weathermen and veterinarians, I'm told. So there you go.
No, never.
I'm not saying either one of us are at 50%. I know Don is much higher than that, and I certainly hope I was when I practiced.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say Major League Baseball hitter who, 3 out of 10.
They live and die by it. If somebody's a 0.5, 500, that's great.
You're Hall of Fame, Hall of Fame
right.
veterinarian.
So maybe you tell Don that apparently he's a Hall of Famer.
All right, I will. And then, one last thing, the limited government. Oh, you did talk about the tribal and the running back that federal Medicaid money. That was interesting. This is going to be very interesting budget session. You're going to be tasked with doing things that I think you want to do, which is limit government, make sure we don't have a big bloated government involved in our lives. But you do, it has to function. So you're looking to make cuts, but you got to leave behind a functional government. It's tough, this session.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, absolutely. And look, this stem cell bill is one of those. Let's honor, what safety protocols, let's build, but let's give people access to health, this unique type of healthcare, this meaningful type of healthcare. And that's been, I hope, look at my record, that's been my record, is how do we do the most meaningful things with the least amount of government? And that's what we want. We want people to have those freedoms, and we want, when there's a proper role for government, what is that? People always ask me about Second Amendment. Where are you on the Second Amendment? Well, we're Wyoming, right? We're Wyoming. We believe in our Second Amendment rights. We're going to protect them. But what's the next level of that? How about restoration of rights? Several years ago, I ran a restoration of rights bill. It was to say that you've done your time, you did the crime, you've done your time. Now, how do we give you your rights back? 1,300 people have received their rights back because of that one bill. That's government, cleaning, getting out of the way and giving the people their freedoms back. And I think that's meaningful things. And that's what I try to work toward.
Senator Eric Barlow representing District 23. He's in Gillette now. Longtime Wyomingite, retired veteran, U.S. Marine Corps, and running for governor. Find out more about the governor run. The gubernatorial campaign is on the internet, barlow4yo.com. Eric, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, Jake. Have a great day.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday. Moving along. Let's get Don Day in here. It's tough to get around the state and meet and greet and shake hands. It's tough to politic the state, and it's tough to forecast weather all around the state. That can't be easy. This state's huge. Don Day will tell us how he does it. And I also have that crazy question for Don, which I forgot what it is, but I did write it down. It's time for the day weather forecast. Don, we just had Senator Eric Barlow on, state senator, and he said in your job or in veterinarian work, 2 occupations where you can be right 50% of the time and either be run out of your job or go to the Hall of Fame. Depends. 50, if you're right half the time. I didn't know that applied to, figuring out what's ailing your sick cow.
Yeah, well, when they can't talk to you, it's hard to tell.
Oh, true. You could say, oh, he's got a little bit of gas. I'm like, who knows? Okay, I'll buy that. I had some wacky question for you. Oh, yeah, I remember what it is. If you go back and look at the historic records of average high temps, I'm thinking during session, whether that's a budget session or a general session in Cheyenne where the lawmakers meet, the temperature in Cheyenne is probably a little higher from all the hot air, all the harumphing. Would that be true?
I think you're probably onto something there.
It might be a stretch. I hear that if that nor'easter clashes with this polar vortex, we could get a bomb cyclone, whatever you want to call it. Weather's cooking up, man, for everybody but us, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. No, it's going to be the second weekend in a row of really nasty winter weather across a huge swath of the country. Again, deep south. And, there are places still without power, and they're going to get even colder. We're going to see, I think what's going to happen with this East Coast storm is we're going to probably have a pretty significant storm for the Carolinas, parts of Virginia, parts of Georgia. We'll get into the snow as well. The eastern seaboard, like the major metroplexes like New York and Philadelphia, will probably miss the snow. Boston might get into the snow, but they're going to get a lot of wind. They're going to be very cold. We are going to see temperatures in the lower 30s all the way down to Palm Beach by Sunday morning.
Dang, that's going to freeze Mickey Mouse's ears off. Yikes. So what influence does that giant body of water called the Atlantic Ocean typically have on those coastal states? We know California, Oregon, Washington, the wind and our weather comes right off that ocean. It has such influence all the way to Wyoming. Is it the same? The wind doesn't blow that way, though, on the East Coast. What does the Atlantic Ocean do to New York and
for
Boston?
the eastern seaboard, where it gets a little complex, and that's what happens with these nor'east storms, is the Gulf Stream. So that warm current that comes up just off the East Coast, that difference in water temperature can help influence how storms form and where they come together. So the Atlantic is a different animal in terms of how it impacts the weather there as compared to the West Coast.
This weekend, Wyoming, all I'm concerned about is being able to get to and fro to the basketball game, high school game, or I want to bring the sled up in the mountains and do some snowmobiling. What's it look like?
Well, it's going to be a very quiet weekend.
Yeah.
Again, we're like a broken record. All the nasty weather is going to be in the central and the eastern part of the United States. Now we did get a little snow last night in some parts of the state, especially the high country. But once this system that's causing that moves out, really only the northeast corner of the state is going to get any moisture. That far northeast corner. The rest of Wyoming this weekend through Monday, very quiet, not much happening.
That far northeastern corner, if we had to redraw the boundaries again of Wyoming, that's basically the Dakotas. I mean, it's that flat. They're very influenced because they don't have the mountains. Whatever comes out of Canada, they're
So are you proposing that northeast Wyoming become West Dakota?
Sorta.
Okay.
Or maybe we could take Rapid City, Wyoming. We'll take their stuff. But I'm still working on whether the temps are actually higher in Cheyenne when the legislation is in session. It's my belief.
I'll dig deep into the data and see if we can find anything there.
I'm telling you, next February 9th, watch the high temps in Cheyenne just start going up and up and up. Thanks, Tom.
Bye-bye.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday. Good to have you along with us. Back from break. Here's a couple of stories we're going to talk about before Jackie Dorothy gets with us. High schools across Wyoming the other day received automated bomb threats. This happened yesterday. The threats were left via voicemail, but it was obvious to anybody who received one of these phone calls that the call was not live. It was pre-recorded. It was automated, done in a way that the voice seemed to those hearing it robotic. So obviously artificially created, generated, and delivered to schools. What is the point? What is ever the point of calling in a bomb threat? And these threats went farther than that, calling it, bombs, shootings. They said all kinds of stuff was going to happen. Laramie County Sheriff's Office Chief Deputy of Operations Chance Walkama talked to the Cowboy State Daily yesterday in reaction, talked to Greg Johnson and said that these threats, it doesn't mean they're harmless, and it doesn't mean we don't take them seriously. There are people out there trying to disrupt our lives, and it's very disturbing. It's to disrupt and scare and to create panic. And we can never not take these threats seriously, says Laramie County Sheriff's Office, where they had to deal with these calls to the school, the senior high school, the Laramie County Burns Junior and Senior High School, Pine Bluffs High were targeted. The county sheriff's office was able to clear the school after it was evacuated with a K-9 dog. Imagine, though, what has to go on. You got to get everybody out of the school with a bomb threat. And then you got to put lives in danger if it's a real bomb and bring in your bomb team, Jeremy Renner and his dog. One of the voicemails was with a foreign accent and a robotic voice cover, said Wakama. And here's the difference between today's bomb threat and yesterday's clear the school with a fake threat is pointed out pretty aptly by a Facebook user on Cowboy State Daily's Facebook saying, in our day, we pulled the fire alarm. Some kid would pull the fire alarm. That would get us out of, geology class. And it'd be just a hoax, just one big joke. Today's pulling of the fire alarm, and by the way, Deb said this. Deb said, back in my day, all the kids would do was pull the fire alarm. And the way to deal with it is the principal said, if that happens again, everybody in the school is going to go to summer school and the senior's not going to graduate on time. And Deb said, guess what? It never happened again. But these threats today, they come from automated there's nobody behind them. Nobody's disguising their voice using nobody's doing one of the, where's my voice disguise? Nobody's doing this deal.
There's a bomb in the school.
I've planted a bomb in the school.
Yeah, there's none of that business. All these things now are AI generated. For instance, our bumpers. This is not a real person.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
That's just a robot, a computer who works cheap, believe me. And that's what you can do today. You can, from beginning to end, you can record a phone call, place that phone call, and then ping it off a different IP address. And you can do this pretty much anonymously. And you could do this all day. You could do 10 of these a day for a month if you wanted. And which ones do you take seriously? How do you react? How do you detect whether it is AI generated? Well, just so happens we got a guy on the show today that's going to help us through that. That's right. Special guest today, Damien Anderson, will be on. And he'll talk about things like cyber threats, AI threats, like the one that happened yesterday to schools across Wyoming. Damien's a U.S. Army veteran with experience in information management officer, communications, all that stuff. He knows how to do this. He knows how to make one of these bomb threats and have a computer call a high school and do it. And he knows how to detect them. He can help your local sheriff's office and find ways where you can say that's been automated. But yet, what do? We still can't discard them just because they're not a real person delivering the threat. Maybe somebody is just disguising the fact they don't want it to come back on them that they did plant a bomb in a school. So you gotta carry out, you gotta go through as if all these threats are credible. Or do you? I don't know. Damien Anderson will be on the show later, and he'll talk about what should be the response when you get these cyber threats. But that story in the Cowboy State Daily, Greg Johnson has it. High schools across the state receiving the automated bomb threats on Wednesday. And I believe there's a way to tell with metadata that's not a real person. In other words, if I were to play this.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
For an expert, they would be able to, figure out, some audio file would be able to figure out, oh, that's been AI generated. I mean, and besides just hearing it, you can tell it's kind of not real, but they're getting better and better at the trickery. Chancey Williams wants his fans to know to be careful when, purchasing tickets to one of his concerts, when interacting with his website and emails and DMs. He's been having what a lot of high-profile celebrity artists have, and that's too many scammers taking advantage of stuff. He's got from fake tickets to concerts to manipulated video messages, to hearing a text string from who sounds like Chancey Williams. It's all fake. And Chancey said, be careful, don't fall for this stuff. He's asking fans to pay closer attention. For instance, when they go to buy concert tickets to one of his shows. He played at an event the other day, and I think it was a private event. Somebody said, I got tickets to this, and Chancey's people looked at it and they said, no, those aren't real tickets. Maybe there's security things in tickets now, similar to what they do on currency, where you can do take some security measures with tickets, but some of these look very, very real. And you think you're buying tickets to a Chancey Williams show and you're not. Also, Chancey said there's been a lot of people think they're buying t-shirts, swag, merchandise off his website. It's fake. People go as far as to make a whole website, says Chancey Williams. Maybe it's spelled wrong. Maybe it has one L in Williams or Chance Williams and it leaves off the Y. Scammers. He said just be vigilant, because that puts him in a bind. That puts him in a tough spot. He has to turn away people that show up over to his concerts with bogus tickets, contraband tickets. He's got to say, I can't, even if he's got seats to put them in, he can't contribute to what is somebody making money off him. You're out the money. Yeah, Chancey, can't admit you into the concert, really. As somebody in India is making money off the whole thing. Chancey writes, he just put out a public service announcement. Cowboy State Daily carries it in this story. Chancey doesn't DM fans. Let's start there. If you get a direct message from somebody purporting to be Chancey Williams, it's not. He said, I never, ever text anyone or DM anyone. No communication from me to you will ever happen. Sorry. Chancey does not message fans ever. And he certainly doesn't urge you to go buy gift cards, to text on WhatsApp or Telegram money or whatever. That's not how he operates. Chancey's also, there's been some fans that say, I got a love note from Chancey Williams, a love text professing to love me. Chancey says, if you get a DM or a text that professing my secret love, it's not true. He said, we love our fans, just not like that, says Chancey Williams. And then our buddy Triz Munsick fooling around on Facebook. Triz post on the Cowboy State Daily Facebook post of the story. Triz Munsick and the Innocents wrote, tell us more about the secret love. And everybody kind of had a laugh over that. Yeah, Chancey, tell us about your secret love that isn't true. Be careful what you hear and what you get and what you read from Chancey Williams. Make sure it's real. He's not going to reach out with a DM or a text. And double check those tickets. Make sure you're going to a verified site. And Chancey does list all the places you can go to see his stuff, so you know what's legit. He's like, here's my Insta, here's my Facebook, here's my webpage, here's my TikTok. You know what's the real me. And by the way, Instagram is at Chancey Williams YBB. Instagram. Facebook, same. Chancey Williams YBB. TikTok, Chancey W. Go read the story so you make sure you're interacting with the real McCoy, the real dude. The real Chancey.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
And you're on the rejoin for the Cowboy State Daily Show here on this Thursday. Got a little bit of that flu thing going around. I was hoping to miss it because I do most of my work here at home. I try not to go meet anyone, but I did cover a basketball game the other day. I did have to get out and about, and I did come down with something. Let's get Jackie Dorothy in here. See what she's got to say. First off, let's make sure she's 100%. Jackie, you got that cold or that flu? Or are you feeling all right?
No, actually, we have a kid that's sick in the house, so I'm trying to stay healthy.
You won't for long. Not if it's this thing. Oh, man.
Is it pretty bad?
It's not fun.
Do you have it?
Yeah, just today. Yesterday I was a little sniffly. I went to cover a basketball game over in Idaho, in Driggs, Idaho, and they kept the gym so hot, or so I felt. Maybe, I don't think it was just me. I saw other people doing this deal. The gym was like 1,000 degrees, and I was so hot and sniffly. And then, today,
Yeah, he looked pretty bad. I'm the one. He's like, I think I can make it to school. I'm like, no, you can't.
Way. He wants to go though, huh?
Oh, he does. He's like, I have math. I'm like, okay, in today's age, you have a computer. Yay.
Yeah. Don't do for everybody else's sake also. Don't do it. Don't do it. Kids rebound so fast. You'll be fine in it, Take the rest of the week.
A day of sleeping, he'll be good.
Yeah. Okay, good. Don't let him breathe on you.
I know.
Give him some. What do you do? What's your go-to cold treatment? Saltine crackers and chicken noodle soup? What do you do?
I actually like those fizzy things. What are those called? Airborne? I love Airborne.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go pick some up. Yes.
Even
when I'm sick.
Yeah, I just had an Airborne. Now they're supposed to prevent. I don't know if you're all ready, but I did some. Yes.
It makes you drink. So I think that's an advantage of it too. It forces you to actually get some of those liquids. And that's the first thing I did with our son is I gave him a Gatorade. It's like, here, you drink this.
Yeah.
Here, do some NyQuil. Go to sleep.
Got to hydrate. The fizzy things. That's funny. Yeah, I do. I did some Airborne this morning. I'm like, it's probably too late, but whatever.
I don't know. I think it helps.
Okay.
Even in the midst of it.
Now, your kid's school, Thermopolis there, did you guys get one of those automated bomb threats yesterday?
I didn't hear about it, so we must not have.
Yeah, they got them down, and Greg Johnson had the story. Pine Bluffs, down in the southeast part of the state, they got them. It's stupid. And they're not the kind where somebody's like disguising their voice. It's AI, like a computer with a robotic voice says, there's a bomb in the school. It's so stupid.
So when I was in 6th grade, we got evacuated because somebody called in a bomb. So you're talking 1980s.
Yeah.
And it turned out it was my friend in the class.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the 80s. It wasn't just a simple sit down and you're in trouble. I remember when we were all gathered up and they knew who it was, our teacher grabbed him, and I remember him flying across the room. And we just got in line, and we're like, okay, we're leaving. And we all
took
left.
flight. Yeah. Then you got to do this scared straight thing where you have to have the SO, the security officer come in, the safety officer.
We didn't have security officers in the 80s.
All right, actual police, like come and handcuff them, scare them straight, bring them to jail for like an hour. And he'll be there and be like, I'm missing math and I'm scared. Yeah, well, you should have thought about that.
Actually, I think it was just our teacher handled that one.
By himself. Yeah, and it didn't happen again, did it? Yeah. No. I know. In this case, it's probably the Chinese or the Russians. It's probably who knows who these hackers, scammers, they're like, got nothing better to do that call in bogus bomb threats. And you have to take them seriously. Like, even if you know this is AI generated, it's a recording. What if you don't check and the school blows up? Like, you have to bring in the canines and do that. Oh,
they did. They did a sweep, and I don't even know how they discovered it was him. But
you didn't rat him out, did you?
No. I like Jeff. He was my friend. I'm not going to tell.
Jeff, we won't.
That'll tell me.
No, not you. What are you working on, Jackie? What should we talk about?
Let's see. Gosh, there's always so much to go. Bomb threats was always fun, but I'm not working on that.
No, good.
Right now, I'm working on a story about proving that Yellowstone was real.
What do you mean real? It is real.
Well, think about this. When Jim Bridger first saw it, he's telling these fantastical stories. And the stories he's telling are only slightly exaggerated, but enough where people are calling it Bridger's lies. So Congress is like, Yellowstone doesn't exist. What are you talking about? There's no geysers and Glass Mountain and petrified forest. I mean, because what he did is he'd take like the petrified forest, and instead of just talking about trees, he said birds were frozen mid-flight, flowers. It was a crow curse. And so people are like, good story. You made us laugh. And so that's one of the stories that I was working on, is showing that how it went from being Bridger's lies. and the first photographer, Jackson, and the artist, Moran, how they were just, they were basically nobodies, but they showed up in Yellowstone, took all these pictures, the first pictures of Old Faithful. I mean, it's just a fun story when you think about it. It's like, if you heard those stories from an old trapper, Old Man Gabe, as they called him.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe it.
No, you'd be like, you've been in the mountains too long.
Exactly. I mean, he told stories about how he believed, and I think he actually believed this, that rocks grew the same as trees and grass. They just took a lot longer to grow. And he would tell people, it's like, those mountains up there, they're bigger than they were when I first showed up in this country. So it makes you think about what life was like, but also the fact that, Yellowstone, if you heard someone describe it, mud pots, boiling mud, boiling your meat in a stream?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You'd be like, this guy's lost his mind. You have no webcams to check back in the 1800s. In fact, John Coulter, mountain man John Coulter, 1807, 1808, described Yellowstone, called it, the hellish activity, talked about the hot springs, all those things, smoking earth, and people called it Coulter's hell.
I know, and when Joe Mink came and was lost when he was 19 years old, and he's one of those other ones that explored Yellowstone. And I mean, you think about these. I don't know about you, but when I imagine these trappers, I imagine the old men. I forget that they were young boys when they started.
Yeah.
That Bridger was 19 years old. So was Joe Meek. I mean, teenagers. And that's who's exploring all these back countries.
Yes. And if you tell a story that can't be verified with photographs or anything else, you're like, this, imagine describing Yellowstone to somebody now, and it wouldn't go over well. They'd be like, no way.
Oh, one of the most horrific stories that Jim Bridger told, and that's verified that he told it, because the guy's like, I wrote it down when he was telling it to me. Because remember, Jim Bridger was illiterate, so everybody had to read stuff to him. But it was about these two horses, these ponies, where these Indian boys were riding their ponies, and he's keeping an eye on them, and they're across the way from him. All of a sudden, the crust of the earth gave away. The Indians and their ponies disappeared into the bowels of the earth. And he said that fire and flame and all this stuff started erupting. And he's describing this story, and people are like, no, that's one of your fake stories.
Yeah.
But then years later, they're like, oh, that really could have happened if they were walking in the geyser field.
We just talked about a guy from the past that embellished a little bit. That should tell you to learn your lesson, because sometimes you do want to describe something very real that you don't understand, but that could happen today. We know people walk on that delicate crust and they could break right through. Ooh.
Oh, I know. And that's what's so fun about it, is that you got these tall tales, and then you start to look at them and say, how many are tall tales and how many are what either they believe or it's just an exaggeration of the truth? And I think most of it is an exaggeration.
Yeah.
You were saying that the other tall tale guy was Wildcat Sam.
Yeah.
And so a real quick story before we go is that my favorite story about him is he said he found an egg, a duck's egg, and he put it in his coat pocket, and then he forgot about it. And then a few weeks later, and you can imagine a few weeks later, it hatched. So he had a little duckling.
A little pet duck. Yeah. That's it. I mean, it's got enough truth to it. You'd be like, yeah, I could see mountain guys doing that, mountain men.
I know. Makes you wonder.
Well, we got crazy stories from Yellowstone. More of the modern era coming up when we have two ex-park rangers that worked in Yellowstone. Jen Coker had the story, but we're going to dig up more. They have their own podcast about the craziness of Yellowstone.
Excellent. That was a great story. I look forward to hearing it.
1807, when, early 1800s, when Coulter and Bridger saw the madness, to still today where people do crazy things and have to be tased and arrested. Jackie, stay away from the kid. Get him better.
I know. I got to go call that school now and let them know.
Be careful. Yeah. Get rest. It's nothing to mess around with. Tell him math will be waiting for him. They're not changing math anytime soon. He can learn it tomorrow.
I don't know. That stuff he's learning, I don't understand it.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too.
Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, the new math. Who does understand it? Show your work, new math. I don't know if I'm down with that. There's got to be geniuses that can do, 237 times 406. They can do it in their head. And the teachers just say, show your work. If you got the right answer, you have to be frisked for a calculator. But if you get the right answer, what's the show your work nonsense? If you're a legit genius, you shouldn't have to show your work. All right, we're out of time. I got more guests coming up, including the promised Yellowstone Park Rangers. They have their own podcast, really interesting. They'll join us next hour. So will Adam Finnegan, who wrote a book regarding Lyme disease and other diseases today that weren't around yesterday. And maybe it's because they were sort of created by biological warfare. It's weird. And then Mark Hines will be here next hour as well. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got to pause for news, though, right now.
I do not have guns at home.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Green River judge on Wednesday hinted he'll send the animal cruelty case of Cody Roberts to a jury in 2 months. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Judge Richard Lavery stopped just short of denying Roberts' argument for immunity, saying he'll file a written order later.
So Cody Roberts had argued via his attorney, Robert Piper, we have all these carve-outs to allow for the capture, hunting, killing, destruction of predators and some other wildlife in our state laws to where you can't be charged with felony animal cruelty if you're doing those things and you're doing it in a way that's not otherwise violating laws.
During today's court proceedings, Judge Lavery said 2 consequential things. 1, the judge said he felt the defense was treating the exception too broadly. And 2, he proceeded to plan many of the technical aspects of the trial, including wanting a panel of 31 jurors. A Buffalo Circuit Court judge Wednesday found that continued random alcohol testing was appropriate for State Representative Bill Alamond, despite his request that it be suspended during the budget session. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Alamond's attorney said that's unconstitutional.
According to information in the court today, the testing is the least possible, so it's only like once a month. But what came out today was that his attorney, through written argument and then in court today, argued that it's unconstitutional to have him tested because he's still innocent until proven guilty, and that the fact that he has no criminal record also is a reason why he shouldn't be tested. The judge recommended either he could buy a portable breathalyzer test, or he could go to a Laramie County place where he can do it around his legislative sessions and accomplish it that way.
State Representative Alamond is fighting a driving while under the influence of alcohol charge in Johnson County. According to court affidavits, the charge against Alamond stems from a report from a fellow driver headed northbound on I-25 around noon on December 28th, who told authorities that Alamond's blue Tacoma pickup was, quote, all over the road hitting rumble strips at varying speeds, unquote. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A grizzly spotted out wandering in Yellowstone National Park on Monday might be up from hibernation. Cowboy State Daily's outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports the bear is incredibly early or awake incredibly late.
Bear sightings are not completely unheard of this time of year, but they are extremely rare. The interesting part here that, of course, nobody can know for certain, is this bear still out Or did it just come out of the den and now it's going to stay out? Or did it just come out of the den for a short walkabout, maybe grab a snack and go back into its den? Nobody's been able to determine that. But again, it's unusual because a good general rule is the first bears, which are usually the great big gigantic dominant males, don't start really popping out of the den and getting active until the first week of March or so. And we've got one like an average size bear out running around in January.
Prominent bear expert Frank Van Manen tells Cowboy State Daily that this could be one of the earliest bear sightings on record. In a widespread statewide hoax, automated voicemails left at high schools around Wyoming threatened to detonate bombs and shoot up schools on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that authorities say that over a dozen schools in Wyoming got the same AI-generated threat.
They have things that they check on where they can tell where a call originates from. In this case, it was outside the United States. And whoever left the message, either it was a digital message, it was total AI, using a robot voice, or it was something that disguised their voice to sound mechanical. It was a pretty serious threat, even though they knew very quickly that it wasn't a credible threat.
Chance Wakama, Chief Deputy of Operations for the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, tells Cowboy State Daily that just because it's a threat generated by artificial intelligence doesn't mean they're harmless or that they're not taken seriously. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
And we're back from break. Thursday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Thursday means Mark Hines joins us right about this time. So let's get into the Zoom room or the corral or wherever we're going to call it. Mark, we got a bear that's awake early or out late.
What's this? What's that funky jam you got going on there?
How about that, huh? By the way, I know you're like a big music guy.
Yeah.
And they just released a partial concert list for the summer series for Red Rocks. It's pretty good. And
really?
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
And here locally, they just came out with the concert summit series on the top of Snow King. And they've got some pretty big acts. My favorite, you've probably never heard of them, Sophie Tucker is going to play August 23rd. I will be there for that.
Heard of them. I don't know that I've actually heard them, but name is familiar.
Yeah, they're EDM. They're like electronic dance music. They're good.
Yeah, I listen to quite a bit of EDM.
All right.
Like in what vein? Like Didmouse or
no,
or more.
It's hard to pigeonhole them because it's just a two-person band. She actually plays a flying V guitar, like one of the vintage.
Sounds fun.
And she's, decent. She's not the greatest.
Yeah. I listen to actually quite,
He does, he triggers all the pads. And she's got a crazy background. She sings in Portuguese occasionally. She might bust out a little Portuguese. But they're fun. Just real dancing.
Yeah, no. I listen to quite a bit of techno and EDM and stuff in the, in that vein. But that's the one I haven't heard of.
Summer concert series throughout the state.
Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
we'll be ready.
Yeah.
So, best guess, this grizzly bear seen, videoed, out and about in Yellowstone. Is he late to sleep or early to wake?
Either that or just, it's like the guy that gets up in the middle of the night to grab something out of the fridge and then goes back to bed.
Yeah.
It could be that as well. We don't know for sure. I don't. To my knowledge, I don't think that bear's been spotted again. But yeah, it's just been kind of a crazy year for bears. But,
yeah. It's a weird winter hasn't arrived, so we all don't know how to behave, and that includes wildlife. The bears certainly, but not triggered so much about weather. It's more about it's been warm, so they could find food. That's what really does it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think that's what I told Mac is that, the people who know about these things that I've been talking to say that the bears are far more driven by their stomachs than they are by the weather. So if they, if they get a waft of a rotting carcass into their den, they might decide to, rotting carcass might not smell good to us, but it smells like Golden Corral to them. So,
yeah.
So it could be something along those lines. I think one of the researchers from Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks I talked to said that, people they're not full hibernators. She said they don't go completely like a toad. A toad just basically goes into a state of complete, like almost a coma.
They don't
Bears
go,
don't really do that. They kind
torpor.
of doze. Yeah, they don't go into a torpor. They are torpor. They kind of doze.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I said, if they smell a goodie, they might get up and go get a snack again, regardless of the time of year or the weather. So, but no, it's an interesting phenomenon. But yeah, I've had person after person tell me that, in certain, in grizzly country, never take for granted that you're not going to see one.
Yeah.
Even if it's the middle of winter, even if it's the middle of a very cold winter, don't take for granted that you might not see a grizzly out there. So
yeah. Statistically really low, but
it gets extremely rare, but it's not as if it doesn't happen. So
Yep. I think I've come to learn that scientists have learned about how bears hibernate. They study them for potential trips to Mars and whatnot, where we're going to have to be in suspended animation. Like scientists want to know, how can they slow their whole heart rate and all that down, not pee, not eat, and just sleep like that, and then wake up if the McD's wind is blowing right from the drive-through. and like, how did they do that? This guy just wandering around, man. He's probably surprised. He's like, boy, it looks like March around here. The snow's only this high. I don't know, but he'll see that there's not a lot to eat and he'll probably go back to sleep. It's very interesting, Mark. Yeah. Boy, monster elk in Estes Park. They got a practically domestic herd of elk in Estes Park.
Yeah. Kitty and I went down there. I think it was we weren't there during the rut, but there was still quite a large number of elk in there, including some pretty darn impressive bulls. I don't know if we ever had eyes on that particular bull, but he was like the local rock star. He was like, the king of the bulls down there. And apparently he wandered out of bounds during hunting season and somebody got him. So, folks have mixed feelings about that, but it is, that it happens. The guy I talked to said that, as I mentioned in the article, that a lot of his tines, or he had several pretty significant breaks in his antlers this year because of rut battles. So, that official 400 plus inch measurement might not have been there if the person cared to take it to a BNC measure and have it gone through. But regardless, even with broken tines, it was probably an impressively gigantic rack.
He's famous, and it was a real wide rack. But is it BNC record? Probably not. And you also don't want to eat it. He's probably pretty old bull and a little bit tough eating, maybe.
I don't know. I've heard guys tell me that those old bulls are actually pretty good eating. I don't know. All the elk I've shot have been pretty young, but I don't know. And I doubt the hunter's going to want to come forward just because of the the optics of it.
Yeah. do you know if he knew what he was shooting, or we don't know that?
I had no idea. Yeah.
I mean,
again, I don't know how frequent it is for those, they're actually the Rocky Mountain National Park elk.
Yeah,
they move in and out of Estes Park itself, but they quote unquote live in the Rocky Mountain National Park. And again, I don't know. I couldn't tell you with any sort of specificity how often they wander into the hunt areas during the fall. But I imagine there's a few peel off and go. Especially, bulls are known to disperse after the rut, so. There's probably a few guys down there, and a few guys and gals down there in Colorado that know where they might be able to get some of these elk wandering into a hunt area.
Yeah.
And doesn't Colorado have tiered seasons? Like they have first season, second season.
I don't know.
If you ever watch Colorado elk hunters chatter online, they're always talking about, well, this was during the first season. I don't know all the. It sounds like it's rather complicated. I don't know, but I've never hunted in Colorado. I have to plead ignorance. So
I've only dude wrangled in Colorado in the Estes Park in Rocky Mountain National Park, and I know that the elk don't get out of the park enough that hunting is the only mitigation or management of them. They have to go in and cull the herd now and then. It's growing crazy. And park officials got to go in and take care of business.
Well, it's probably an inevitability that at some point their wolves are going to make it over there.
Yeah.
As far as wolves wander. I mean, I never hesitate to share that, the story about the wolf from the GYE that ended up down by the Grand Canyon. Gosh, that was years and years ago, but
get around.
So they will cover some distance. So
yeah. All right. One last story from Mark Hines. The bill that would force Wyoming counties to pay self-defense legal fees. I don't know that this is an issue in Wyoming. Maybe other states.
I guess the people who are behind that bill would probably argue they're trying to be proactive because I have heard. I've heard anecdotal horror stories from other states where, clear-cut case, Granny shoots someone that's trying to hack her apart with an axe, and then the next thing you know, she's the one that's getting dragged into court and charged with murder and this and that, and and it gets it's time-consuming, and you can end up in jail. You can end up with a mountain of legal fees, and again, not to argue for or against the bill because that's not our job, but I would imagine that would be an argument that the folks for the bill would raise. It's like, well, maybe it doesn't happen here, but we don't want it to happen here, and that's what we're trying to get out ahead of it because it has happened in other places. So,
House Bill 14 would make county prosecutors think twice about trying to apply any kind of murder or manslaughter charge to someone who was just defending their home, whether that's stand your ground or castle domain.
They're probably still gonna, investigators are probably gonna still look into the case and pick it apart, because I mean, a lot of people, it's not like, outlaw Josie Wales where you can just shoot somebody because they looked at you funny. I mean, some people seem to think that's the case, but no, they're if you've ever been to a self-defense class or looked into that stuff, there has to be a very significant, set of circumstances before you can, apply, lethal force to defend yourself. But if you meet those criteria, I think the feeling is if the case meets those criteria, the person who had to pull the trigger shouldn't be, further traumatized by the court system. So,
your takeaway this morning from Mark Hines is if we can only bring back the Josie Wales era, where you were ready to throw lead at the drop of a hat.
My favorite line from that movie is, "Well, you gonna whistle Dixie or pull them pistols?"
We have more of that today. We would have less hooligans.
That's a great movie. I love that movie. But yeah, don't go try to act like that in real life. You'll get in trouble. So.
That's Hollywood. That was another era, and that's Clint. That's Hollywood.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks, buddy.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. Whew. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
We're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thursday, we're going to be joined by podcasters, park rangers. Put away the pipe, as the kids say. Get right. Park ranger is going to be, they're retired, so they're probably not interested in what you're doing wrong. This story from Jen Coker, very interesting, about the life of ex-park rangers and the tell-all that is the podcast now called Crime Off the Grid, which I listened to a couple episodes. Really good. Let's get Tara in here, and I think we'll also be joined by her partner in crime, as it were, Nancy. There is, okay, let me see. Tara, I have to do some button clicking. Know, you're a podcaster. You know all about this. I got to make sure my Zoom room is in order. And there's Nancy.
All right.
Okay, so we're going to go triple zoom, which, yowza. Hang on, let's see if we can make that happen. Yeah, okay, that worked, sort of.
Yeah, you might have.
So these are the two responsible for the podcast Crime Off the Grid. Tara, Nancy, you probably read about them in the Jen Coker story. They bring with them 30 plus years of experience at the National Park Service, Yellowstone. Nancy went on to do a little stuff for the U.S. Forest Service as well, but they've seen some wacky, crazy things in Yellowstone. Definitely.
Did you get signed, Nancy?
And I think for the most part, and I've been saying this all morning, Nancy, that this could apply to every story I've read of just silliness. Is who's talking in the background?
That's good.
All right. What would Nancy do? WND. If you just ask yourself that right before you do the hold my beer, I'm going to do that. Hold on there. I'm not surprised because both of you have patrolled well over 2 million acres of Yellowstone National Park. It's huge. It's like, the size of New Hampshire or whatever. And there's not many law enforcement, like when they call you out, it's a little time to get there. And there's people in the, driving. It's a lot. So how much of what you saw and dealt with every day was because the park's gigantic and things are going to happen?
Well, we were both patrol rangers and we were both front country rangers, and we did some time in the back country, but mostly our duties were in the front country. And besides law enforcement, we did EMS, we did medical stuff. And so, literally we would go from a crash to a heart attack to a DUI incident. And so it was just, no day was the same. We all had our own district, so we didn't just patrol the entire park. We're assigned to a district, but we definitely would go to backup and request backup from other districts as well, for sure.
And when your backup came, was it ever Nancy? You two didn't work together. Did you know each other though?
Yeah, we knew each other. A lot of times we, with training every, however long, often we had to do it. And we wore so many hats that it felt like we were constantly training. So we were together in those parts of the park, wherever that was at. But there was a few times where I would filter down to the southern end of the park and work a few shifts if there was something going on that Tara and I would work together.
Yeah, Nancy was my hotel, though. All the training seemed to be at Mammoth, and she was my hotel.
Yeah.
Well, Mammoth is where they go for when they got to go to trial, right? When they got to go to the courtroom. Mammoth is where you lock them up. Isn't Mammoth kind of central?
Well, they like to think it is. It's
right.
It's the headquarters, definitely the headquarters.
Right.
So it is at the north end of the park. So anybody that works in the southern end has to come up to attend court if that's necessary, or to transport a prisoner. Yep.
Or to training. It's 2 to 3 hours depending on where you are in the park.
Yeah. I don't want to relive all the stories because you can read about them in Jen Coker's piece on the Cowboy State Daily, but I did have a couple of questions that I want to get to the podcast because that's essentially what this is. So I want to pick your brain about how you get so many listeners. How do you market? No. The stuff you did in the park is federal. So much as a speeding ticket is different. That's not a county officer. It's not a state trooper. What you did is federal. How does that differ? Did you ever work in law enforcement that wasn't federal Park Service or Forest Service? I don't think so. And it's different writing a federal citation.
Well, Yellowstone specifically, every park is a little bit different in the National Park Service, but Yellowstone, because of its enabling legislation, it is exclusive federal jurisdiction. So every crime is a federal crime. And some parks, like Grand Tetons, for instance, is concurrent jurisdiction. So they have equal, they have, the state and local have as much jurisdiction over crime as the park rangers do. So they work together and kind of decide, well, this sexual assault, for example, maybe federally we're going to charge that federally. But on a domestic violence case, for instance, it's better often to charge with the state and local because of their laws and such. So anyway, it's different. Yellowstone, everything's federal. Grand Tetons shared jurisdiction.
And I shared jurisdiction when I was at Mount Rushmore and Jewel Cave. And I was deputized here in this area as a special deputy for the county. And so sometimes it worked out better if you wrote a speeding ticket, as an example, through the state, because if it was that egregious, they might get points on their record or whatever, we worked with the county quite a bit when I left Yellowstone.
Well, I can attest a speeding ticket costs more in a national park. I don't know how I know that. I might have heard that from someone.
Asking for a friend.
Yeah. So let's, before we talk about the podcast, build the background for me and how you got into the job. So I read a little bit of the story, Tara, Nancy. It sounds like, I don't know if this is an unusual course to be a ranger, but normally I hear somebody like, I want to make my life's work working in a national park. Well, who doesn't? And you got to start out volunteering. There's a mop or a broom in your hand for like 3 years. Then finally you work your way up to ranger. I think the both of you said, I want to do this. And you were really young. Not that you're not now. And bam, like you were rangers fast, were you not? How did it happen for you, Tara?
Well, first of all, back in the day, and they still do this today, that you can be a seasonal, and we were seasonal law enforcement. Like, we want to be a park ranger, so we went to a seasonal law enforcement academy for the National Park Service. And usually those also kind of would help you with post for that particular state. I went to one in Tennessee. And so I worked 9 years as a seasonal. So that was a long time to be seasonal. And you still have all the same, as law enforcement and EMS, you still do all the same things as permanents, but you just have to go find another job somewhere else in the winter. And I didn't get permanent until I did a weird thing. Like I became a clerk, admin assistant person, because that was an easy permanent job to get. And then from there, I was able to become a permanent National Park Ranger. So we did jump through a lot of hoops, probably a little more than they do today. Yeah. But we didn't actually have to mop any floors, though. I don't know if Nancy did.
No, I didn't. I first started out working at an entrance station collecting fees, when the vehicles would come in through the gate. And then I just asked my boss, I said, how do I, get out in the field? And so he told me I had to become an EMT and go to a seasonal law enforcement training by the time I returned the following year. So I went to Nelsonville, Ohio, to do my seasonal training. And during that time, I also became a nationally registered EMT. And so I went back and worked at the Northeast Entrance. Now, I worked there for 5 years as a seasonal before I became permanent. And I kind of did the same thing. I had to become what they called a rotating ranger, where I worked part of the winter time in the dispatch center, and then part of the winter time and the rest of the summer out in the field on road patrol, doing front country rangering. So I did that for 3 years before I became out in the field the entire time. So there were several hoops to jump through, but yeah, I did not mop any floors to get there.
In these national parks, whether it's Yellowstone, which is gigantic, forest also, they have just intrinsic in their nature a lot of ground to cover, as we talked about. So it's probably vital that all y'all are like cross-trained to do anything, because you're the first on scene and maybe the only. So to be able to, CPR, medical, I know, Nancy, you continue to work EMT. So you got to be able to handle anything you might come upon.
Yeah, you definitely do. It's like Tara says, we wear many hats, and you just go from, some days from medical to law enforcement, You just never know. That's what the one thing that was exciting about the job is you never did the same thing.
Yeah. Is there something about people are the reason we need law enforcement. If it weren't for people who don't ask themselves, what would Nancy do? Is there something about people's behavior in the park that's different because they're on vacation? Maybe they don't think the law applies. I don't know. Did you notice like the type of crimes or the type of call outs you'd get? Like this wouldn't even happen in downtown Detroit. It only happens because you're in Yellowstone. Is there anything about it, that attitude?
Can I just say to that, yes and no. So yes, people lose their minds when they see a bison or they see an elk or they see Old Faithful. They literally lose their minds, leave their vehicle, doors wide open. I sadly was on an incident where a woman wanted to see an eagle so bad, and she saw one, left her doors open, ran straight across the road in traffic, and was killed immediately. But people do lose their minds. Now, the other thing, we're like, no, they act the same. I will say when it comes to crime, a lot of crimes that we respond to, people travel with their offenders. So if someone is abusive at home in the family, they're still abusive when they come inside a national park. And if someone is a predator, for example, they might get themselves a job working in a national park, and where it's easy for them to continue that type of proclivity. And so, yes and no, people do lose their minds, visitors and stuff. But at the same time, if they like to commit a crime, they're still going to do it. It's kind of the same.
Mm. Yeah, people are people. And if you're inconsiderate at your house in Des Moines, you play your stereo loud when you're camping in Yellowstone, you're probably inconsiderate of the people around you as well, making all kinds of noise.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, same as same. And then you also, besides visitors, which, in Yellowstone, 4 or 5 million a year, we're at now, you have also the concessionaires, and many of those could be J1s that have been in the country for a month. Yeah. You don't know what baggage they bring. I'm not signing up for this job, Tara, Nancy, anytime soon, man. Wow. All right, let's get to the podcast, because the podcast is where true crime and the great outdoors meet. Those two don't have to be mutually exclusive, and where they intersect is pretty darn exciting. Crime off the grid. I love it. Nancy, she talked you into joining the crew like late last year. What are you thinking? It's Tara's jam, I think, but you're along for the ride. How's it going so far?
Oh, it's great. I came along kicking and screaming on this one. And I just knew that there's going to be a lot of work. I mean, there's a lot of research. There's a lot of reading of court documents and articles and watching things, on the news. So, being newly retired, I kind of thought she was crazy at first, but then I became a guest a few times, and then she wore me down, and I joined up. And so now we do this together, and it's fun. I mean, I enjoy working with Tara, and especially when we get to see each other in person and do different things. It's been really fun.
Tara, so tell our listeners how it goes. I'm listening to a few of the podcasts. I see the list: Death Over Divorce, Wasatch Front, Nightmare on the Mountain, When Weather Rolls In. Weather's always a good one. The Forest Fen Treasure. Oh, we know all about Forest Fen in our neck of the woods. Yeah. There's endless material that comes up all the time. I mean, just you two, in your experience, it could go through many, many podcasts of This Happened to Me. But at this point, the material now is driven by whatever is happening in national parks across America.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, you know what? I started this podcast right at the end of when I retired. I said, I'm going to do a podcast. And the reason was the last 5 years, I mean, I still remained in Yellowstone, but for the last 5 years of my career, I worked just with victims of crime across the entire National Park Service. So that's actually a thing. We have a lot of victims of crime. So I was able to, I got pegged to create a victim assistance program. And so working with the special agents and working with people across rangers across the entire Park Service. I'm like, these stories should be told. And kind of the main reason was we wanted. I worked with a lot of victims, and we both worked with a lot of law enforcement, and people don't understand what rangers do. People don't understand that there's even crime in the national parks. They're surprised when we say, oh yeah, when we talk about crime in the parks, they're very, very surprised. But some of these stories are incredible, and there's a lot of things that park rangers do. They risk their lives literally to make you safe. Those of you who are visiting, those of you who happen to come in and you become a victim of a crime, there's a lot of work that park rangers do to help you find your services, help bring your offender to justice, and help make you safe. And so I'm like, I want to do this. And I really couldn't do it by myself. I struggled with finding different people to want to be guest hosts, and I knew nobody wanted to hear just me. So when Nancy came along, it was great. It's been a great partnership.
So you had a post-career path that kind of told you, I need to tell some of these stories. Something needs to continue on this. But you, Tara, and you too, Nancy, are really good storytellers. You work so well together. I mean, anytime two podcasters get together, there has to be a rhythm. There has to be some kind of, you got to feel some kind of partnership. You know when you, it's just like watching a rom-com or something. And you're like, those two, they didn't have any chemistry. You two are great together, and you're really good at telling the story in that slow NPR podcast way. Like me, I'm too hyped up. You tell that you unravel the story really slowly, and it's cool. You bring us right along. It's good. People got to go listen to it.
Also, one thing that we do like to do is when we are telling a story, which comes mostly from court documents or those kinds of things, we're telling the story, but we do try to insert maybe explain why the ranger would have done it this way, or the risks that the ranger was taking at this particular point, or understanding the dynamics of the particular crime that we're talking about, because we do interject that kind of stuff, but we actually get the facts, mostly from adjudicated crimes that, have already been through the court system, so that we do have the facts.
Yeah, and the factual way of writing court docs and the factual way cops write up a police report, it's not fun. But you do, you bring it to life. And yes, I expect, because of your experience, that's the whole show. Like you're taking the stale court docs, here's what happens, just the facts, ma'am. And then you put yourself in it. Like Nancy, like Tara, you say, what would we have done? Here's what rangers are thinking when this is happening. Here's why we might do this. And here's why somebody might be getting tased. 50,000 volt. Nancy, you got a hot shot. You all right?
I wouldn't want to do it again, though. That's for darn sure.
No, I mean, every time I read something like, the websites, Idiots Invasion of Yellowstone or whatever, you hear some park story and you're thinking, this is why they invented tasers. These poor rangers, man. I'm like, God bless your patience and trying to talk somebody down. Me, I would have just reached for the taser by now. Put somebody down on the ground already. It's fun. The podcast is really cool. I hope you all keep doing it. And it was really neat to learn about what the job entails and all the stories that go on in Yellowstone or other national parks. Cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Keep doing what you're doing. Thanks. Thank you both. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate you having us. Yes, you too.
I'm a new podcast fan of Off the Grid, Crime Off the Grid. It's really neat. You got to check it out. Crime Off the Grid. Just search that up. Ask Siri to go find something about that. It's very, very interesting. Tara Ross, Nancy Martinz, thank you. We got to take a break. I'll do that now.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakovic, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. Adam Finnegan joins us. He's the author of a book you should read. We'll talk about it in a minute. Writer, graphic artist, designer, and researcher of history. And the researching of history is where Adam uncovered some kind of weird things about biological warfare and other stuff. I don't even know how to get us into Eric Traub. Is that how you say his name, Adam?
Yeah, Eric Traub.
Yeah. Adam, you yourself, survivor of Lyme disease, you got immune tolerance, health issues. Lyme disease, I know somebody in my neck of the woods here in Wyoming has Lyme disease. And years ago, the diagnosis of that was really, really difficult to pin down the way it manifests and the symptoms. Today we know more, but we still don't know near enough. And it's tough. What is it? How are you handling it?
I'm still sick, but I'm doing better than I was years ago. There was several years where I was really, really sick.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I had to go to a different alternative doctor to find out that I had it because the regular CDC test said that I didn't, even though I did, and that's common. So yeah, there's a lot of problems with diagnosis.
So in dealing with that, I imagine first you got to figure out what works for Adam Finnegan. How do I fix me? But then did you decide, man, I got to take a deeper dive in this, especially historically, like, does Lyme disease really come from a tick, HIV? And that's how you went down this really crooked road of Eric Traub. Tell me how you got there. That's super interesting because that's the book.
I had always been interested in reading about biological warfare, and it was like a topic that I, for whatever reason, like to read about. And I read this book, Lab 257, years ago, and that was the book that got Eric Traub's name kind of more well known. And then I had when I got Lyme disease, I just decided that I wanted to figure that story out for some reason. It was just driven. And I put this timeline together, and I showed John Loftus, the Nazi hunter from the Department of Justice, who he was the first one to say that Lyme disease came from biological warfare experiments in his 1982 book, The Belarus Secret. I showed him a timeline I had made, and he became a source for me. He ended up writing the introduction, and he introduced me to a high-level biodefense source, and they were able to give me some hints at what to look into, and I did. And I just basically blew the story wide open. I found all the stuff they were saying, all sorts of evidence. And I was able to and I had met somebody else who taught me about the complex disease itself. It was a Pfizer biochemist. She used to work at Pfizer. She was a biochemist, and she got Lyme disease herself, and she knew all about this complex disease that it creates within you, which is otherwise known as immune tolerance. And then when I started looking into Eric Traub, I realized that he was its discoverer, and it became kind of like the backbone of his stealth biological weapons. He wasn't trying to make weapons that killed quickly and brought a lot of attention. He was trying to make weapons that slowly tire, exhaust, and overwhelm. It's like a long-term strategy, and it's far more effective. It's a lot harder to diagnose, especially when you have several diseases rolled into one, like what he did with these ticks, because he would put Lyme disease, spirochetes, the little worms that is Lyme disease, and then he would put blood parasites like Babesia. Bartonella is a certain type of bacteria, then also different rickettsia. So all these diseases rolled into one. And then, of course, there were other agents. It wasn't just Lyme disease. There were certain bacteria that they were using in tests in the 1950s that he was telling them that it was harmless, but he had weaponized these bacteria. You might be familiar with the 1950s tests in San Francisco, where they sprayed the city with these germs called Serratia marcescens, and all these people started coming down with these infections that they had never seen before, and one person died. Well, that's kind of like the idea. They were doing these what is called simulation tests or simulant tests with what he was telling them were harmless bacteria. And you could do this with a bacteria sprayed in the air. You could do this with a bacteria put in insects. And that was the idea. So he was supervising these tests for the Navy and for the USDA, for the Army. He was basically at the top of the biological warfare program, because he was showing them how to run a biological warfare program like he did over in Nazi Germany. And so it's a really wild story, but I mean, I have over 1,000 citations in the book, only to official research. I use things like statistics, all sorts of stuff.
So I wonder, we're talking to Adam Finnegan. You can find the book. Look for the book on the internet. It's on Amazon, yes?
Yeah, Amazon, yeah. And the audiobook's on thesleeperagent.com.
Okay, it's going to be under A.W. Finnegan. The book is The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare. With Adam's own experience with Lyme disease and the fact that he, for whatever reason, likes to read about these biological, you saw that thick book. That's not going to be my thing, but at times you must have wished you were a doctor or a scientist, or maybe not, but because you've brought them together. You're taking an overarching view of something that has been intentionally, I think, missed or downplayed or whatever. And then you pulled all these things together. It was bringing them together that we start connecting dots and saying, holy cow, maybe this can be true. Maybe Dr. Eric Traub, a Nazi-era virologist.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's a virologist.
Maybe he truly was working on weaponizing pathogens that, they weren't working on nukes. They were working on a slow kill. This is incredible. Is the current administration, Trump administration, changed? Are they looking into this? Is anybody reading your book and saying, gee, we need to dive into this?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think they all probably know at the top levels what happened, and they're kind of trying to ignore it more or less. It's been that way for years. But yeah, I mean, all that stuff is documented that Eric Traub was working on biological warfare. It's an undisputable fact. So there's all sorts of undisputable facts that are laid out in the book that people are still not realizing today that it's a fact because they haven't seen a lot of the documents. And I was just blown away at how much stuff, is an absolute fact that a lot of people don't realize. And that's kind of like what I try to lay out in The Sleeper Agent. It's very fact-based. But yeah, for me, so I was driven by more of a survival mechanism, which means that I was driven to look into everything. And I was driven to collect all of Eric Traub's published research. And, doctors, and a lot of the people like that, they don't really, they take what they're given in medical training, but they don't really, a lot of them don't really look into this stuff any more than that. They just want a paycheck. But for me, it was a survival mechanism. I have to understand my disease. And so it was something a lot more involved. But I learned about the immunology. I collected all of the research, got a very, very good understanding. I've got all sorts of virology books, virology conferences behind me on the bookshelf here. So I went deep into it, definitely.
Yeah. And did you find when you reached out, emails, phone calls, whatever, you reached out to people at Pfizer, scientists, biologists, you reached out to intelligence people in the military and government. Were they pretty receptive? Did they want to help? Were they surprised by what you told them you had already uncovered and said, oh, well, then go down this road?
Actually, it was the high-level biodefense source that I had, who I can't name, but it was somebody I met through John, told John that that kid understands biological warfare better than most experts I know. When I started to look into Eric Traub, it's because Eric Traub was like the VIP. He was the all-star. So getting a very good understanding of his work gave me a very good understanding of the whole thing. So I basically learned from him by studying all his work.
A lot more needs to be uncovered regarding this. Trying to connect links between Lyme disease, HIV, AIDS, whatever, connecting them to bioweapons research, bioweapons, intentional creation of bioweapons that have somehow leaked out and affect us today. Because, I mean, at the very least, you would like to know what's wrong with me if you got Lyme disease. But there could we pin this back on a country and say, you're responsible for this?
Well, it was kind of like there was a global biological warfare race. It involved the United States, it involved Britain, it involved Germany, Nazi Germany until that ended, and then it also involved the Soviet Union. And it appears that the Soviet Union had unleashed a biological warfare campaign with the help of Eric Traub, it seemed that they had blackmailed him over in Nazi Germany when they captured his lab, sent him over here. But I think, too, that Britain was also, and British intelligence was also kind of wrapped up in that, too. Because they were attacking us from the beginning of our country. I have George Washington quoted in 1775 in the beginning of the book talking about how the British were using smallpox as a weapon against the Continental Army. So, I mean, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, but I mean, it's all official. And so, yeah, it is. But the other thing is that these foreign intelligence groups also like to infiltrate our system, too. So it's a very complex thing, and at the very end of the book, I talked about how some of our public health people were teaming up with some of these Soviet Union people who had known history in biological warfare, and they were making the polio vaccine together. So it was like really, it's just a really wild story. I mean, it's a lot to unpack. So I'll just tell you, you should just pick up the book and read it. But it's just, there's so much in that book that I'm just surprised at how much I was able to uncover in this book.
That's a lot of legwork, a lot of hustle, 336 pages of eye-opening stuff from Adam Finnegan. Find it wherever you find books. The Sleeper Agent, he uncovered through extensive research stuff about German scientist Dr. Eric Traub and links to Lyme disease. And I don't wonder, when you wrote this, we were going through kind of COVID. Does that have any, COVID, China, that whole thing? That makes me worried. This is weird stuff.
Well, that spike protein is the same thing that I talk about as the great imitator antigen.
Yeah.
So these antigens are like little outer surface proteins that Eric Traub found he could put on all sorts of different pathogens that would exhaust the immune system, burn out the immune system. And that's the same idea. It's the same thing with that one. So yeah, I mean, I actually had a chapter on it at one point, but I decided to take it out. Maybe I will write about it at another time, but
that might be a whole book.
Exactly. So that's why I decided not to go there with this.
Oh man, it's
definitely connected. Yeah.
Revelational stuff. Start with a book and then insist that certain people read this. This is crazy. The Sleeper Agent, the rise of Lyme disease and chronic illness, and the great imitator antigens of biological warfare. You're lucky that Adam Finnegan's done the research for you. I can't imagine. But he dove deep. Read the book and benefit. Hey, Adam, thanks for being on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Have a great weekend.
Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Take care.
This is shocking stuff. If you've ever wondered about illnesses, stuff that we didn't have back in your grandfather's time, we didn't have Lyme disease or COVID. Could it have been? Is it? Just so crazy. Read the book. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We got 1 hour left, and we'll do it after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Green River judge on Wednesday hinted he'll send the animal cruelty case of Cody Roberts to a jury in 2 months. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Judge Richard Lavery stopped just short of denying Roberts' argument for immunity, saying he'll file a written order later.
So Cody Roberts had argued via his attorney, Robert Piper, we have all these carve-outs to allow for the capture, hunting, killing, destruction of predators and some other wildlife in our state laws, to where you can't be charged with felony animal cruelty if you're doing those things and you're doing it in a way that's not otherwise violating laws.
During today's court proceedings, Judge Lavery said 2 consequential things. 1, the judge said he felt the defense was treating the exception too broadly. And 2, he proceeded to plan many of the technical aspects of the trial, including wanting a panel of 31 jurors. A Buffalo Circuit Court judge Wednesday found that continued random alcohol testing was appropriate for State Representative Bill Alamond, despite his request that it be suspended during the budget session. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Alamond's attorney said that's unconstitutional.
According to information in the court today, the testing is the least possible, so it's only like once a month. But what came out today was that his attorney, through written argument and then in court today, argued that it's unconstitutional to have him tested because he's still innocent until proven guilty, and that the fact that he has no criminal record also is a reason why he shouldn't be tested. The judge recommended either he could buy a portable breathalyzer test, or he could go to a Laramie County place where he can do it around his legislative sessions and accomplish it that way.
State Representative Alamond is fighting a driving while under the influence of alcohol charge in Johnson County. According to court affidavits, the charge against Alamond stems from a report from a fellow driver headed northbound on I-25 around noon on December 28th, who told authorities that Alamond's blue Tacoma pickup was, quote, all over the road hitting rumble strips at varying speeds, unquote. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. YDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A grizzly spotted out wandering in Yellowstone National Park on Monday might be up from hibernation. Cowboy State Daily's outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports the bear is incredibly early or awake incredibly late.
Bear sightings are not completely unheard of this time of year, but they are extremely rare. The interesting part here that, of course, nobody can know for certain, is this bear still out? Or did it just come out of the den and now it's going to stay out? Or did it just come out of the den for a short walkabout, maybe grab a snack and go back into its den? Nobody's been able to determine that. But again, it's unusual because a good general rule is the first bears, which are usually the great big gigantic dominant males, don't start really popping out of the den and getting active until the first week of March or so. And we've got one like an average size bear out running around in January.
Prominent bear expert Frank Van Manen tells Cowboy State Daily that this could be one of the earliest bear sightings on record. In a widespread statewide hoax, automated voicemails left at high schools around Wyoming threatened to detonate bombs and shoot up schools on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that authorities say that over a dozen schools in Wyoming got the same AI-generated threat.
They have ways, they have things that they check on where they can tell where a call originates from. In this case, it was outside the United States. And whoever left the message, either it was a digital message, it was total AI, using a robot voice, or it was something that disguised their voice to sound mechanical. It was a pretty serious threat, even though they knew very quickly that it wasn't a credible threat.
Chance Wakama, Chief Deputy of Operations for the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, tells Cowboy State Daily that just because it's a threat generated by artificial intelligence doesn't mean they're harmless or that they're not taken seriously. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
We're back in the final hour of a Thursday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Renee Jean should be here shortly. Of course, it's Thursday, so it's an Ask Abby Thursday. We're going to ask Abby about all things global. Global geology. Does she know the tallest mountain in the world, the longest river, etc.? Global geology. Abby, you ready for that? Also this hour, we'll talk to Damien Anderson. Damien's an expert in the field of cyber threats, AI threats, similar to the one that happened yesterday across a dozen schools in Wyoming. That automated phone call warning there's a bomb in this school. The phone call generated by, created by, placed by robots. And yeah, we're going to ask Damien, how do you find out who does that? Why do they do it? What can you do about it? I know that's a lot, Damien, but we're going to put you to the test. Yeah, we want to know way more about that, and especially how you detect whether something has been AI created. Super interesting. Renee Jean is here. Renee got the scoop, big scoop, that PRCA board voted that, yeah, Wyoming looks like a good fit. We still got to dot some I's, cross the T's, but I love it, Renee. How'd you find out? You were ahead of everybody.
Well, they sent out a release late the night before, and I usually get to work about an hour early, so I saw it and started working on it.
Good job. We had the people on, including Leeds. I think they played a pretty crucial role. Lawmakers got together and tried to set aside some money to attract PRCA and the headquarters, the museum, the whole shebang. And so did Leeds. They put up money as well.
Yeah, and so one thing I noticed in a lot of the comments, people talking about taxpayer money. So Cheyenne Leeds is a private organization. Their $15 million contribution would be private funding. That's not tax dollar money.
Yeah.
The other $15 million would come from the Wyoming Office of Tourism, which is funded by the state's lodging taxes. So that is public funding, that is taxpayer dollars, but most of those taxes are paid by people from out of state. It's those extra fees on hotel rooms that visitors pay. Yes, of course, if you rent a hotel in Wyoming and you live here, you're still paying that. So it's your tax dollar. It's your fee on the hotel room, but the vast majority of that does come from out of state. And so, that's the structure of the funding. I just wanted to clear that up for people so they would understand where that money's coming from.
That's good to know. And it is reassuring to know how that money is derived. Although I think it's a sound, wise investment. You're going to get a return on investment. This Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame and museum's going to be visitation, PRCA, kind of bragging rights of having their headquarters here in Cheyenne, Wyoming, rather than Colorado. That's kind of cool thing as well. Did you get a sense that location, as they say in real estate, mattered a ton to them?
Yeah, I think it's a total package, though. I mean, they're not going to move here if they don't have a good location.
Yeah.
They're not going to move here if it's going to cost them a whole bunch of money. This is not a done deal by any stretch. I think if you look at the timing, this announcement came out right before the legislature meets to consider whether it's going to pony up $15 million from the tourism fund to help build them a new center. My guess is that lawmakers aren't going to vote for $15 million to fund this if they don't have something in writing that says this is a serious thing. So they're just making a statement that, yes, we really are seriously considering this. This is what we want to, I think that's what it is. That's a little bit of speculation on my part, but it's not a huge one. It's just kind of the logical.
No, that makes sense. When we're talking about timing of any of this, we're putting carts before horses and vice versa, because from the very beginning, PRCA didn't necessarily come out and announce we want out of Colorado. All they said is one day we're going to have to expand, and it doesn't look like we can do it here very well. And then all of a sudden, that is public knowledge. You've got other communities and other states waving money saying, come here. And they almost have to probably get ahead of their game plan a little bit. And yes, the timing of an announcement that we would come to Wyoming certainly seems connected to 15 million reasons.
Well, and I would say too that they have stressed to me that they were not looking to move.
Yeah.
Cheyenne leads approached them with the idea, and that opened the door to a discussion that has continued. Those conversations were private, but somebody leaked them to the press. It came out in the press. And so that is why we had a story ahead of, pretty much ahead of any time either side of this wanted it to come out.
Yeah.
I did touch off quite the bidding war, like, oh, we didn't know the PRCA wanted to move. Well, what about us?
Yeah. And the PRCA board has probably got to call emergency meetings every other week. Like, oh my goodness, we got to make some decisions here. Yeah, I wonder. I tried to give all the credit to Rochelle over at Leeds for digging that out. Like they might be looking to move, and guess what? We have a nice 35-acre spot on the intersection of 25 and 80. Come on up.
Right. Yeah. It's a seismic shift, really. It's going to bring two great rodeo components together. The sum could be greater than the sum of the two together could be greater than the sum of the parts.
Yeah. I imagine the notion of coming to Cheyenne, Wyoming for the PRCA looked attractive for all the reasons you mentioned, a lot of different reasons. It's the money. They don't want to shell out all this money for a move themselves. They want to know somebody's got skin in the game, like you're going to help make this happen. And then I think certainly the foot traffic of that area, you're right close to the Front Range. You're right, Cheyenne State Capitol in the intersection of two major highways. And then finally, I think this location, the brick and mortar PRCA and the museum and the Hall of Fame, all that, I think it had to be attached to a city that has a major rodeo. And CFD is major. It's one of the top 1, 2, 3. Like, yeah.
One of the things that their marketing guy mentioned to me is the commitment Wyoming makes. All of the schools had to have the rodeo teams, and then the Office of Tourism funds Team Wyoming sends some of these athletes to, the high school finals rodeo, the CFNR, and they really appreciated that commitment to raising up the next generation of rodeo competitors. That was a big deal. Something that hasn't been talked about a lot, and I'm going to mention in a follow-up story, Tom Klaus is the CEO of PRCA, and his son, Seth, is at the University of Wyoming as their head rodeo coach.
Interesting.
There's some pretty strong ties between Tom Klaus and Wyoming. Of course, this decision is being made by the board. Tom is the president and CEO, but it is a board decision. It's not Tom's decision alone.
Yeah, but I imagine that carries some influence. And that's interesting you mentioned that they did notice the rodeo culture. I mean, Texas is steeped in rodeo culture as well. And I think Fort Worth was in the running. But yeah, Wyoming, deep down, and we're so rodeo. As the governor pointed out, we've been rodeo before we were a state. We're all about rodeo.
And we're the only state in the nation that funds college athletes, to go to like the CFNR, the National High School Finals Rodeo, all of that. We're the only state that does that.
Well, there you go. It's a done deal. Let's make this happen.
It's contingent on the funding. It's contingent on the location. I think there's still a lot of I's and T's to dot and cross, so to speak. And, until it's a done deal, I imagine that they will still be entertaining bids and offers from other communities that say, hey, what about us? Maybe we're a better deal for you.
Well,
I don't know. I don't think it's a done deal yet, is all I'm trying to say.
Let's get a pen in somebody's hand and have them sign something pronto. I hope
Right.
I hope it all works out. Renee Jean on that story. It's the reason why we missed her on Tuesday. She was digging this one up. I always knew about this woman, Emily Warren. I didn't know her name, and I just knew kind of anecdotally. You know, there's someone who lives in Jackson Hole who wrote huge hits for Shakira, Lizzo, Katy Perry, Dua. I knew she wrote Dua Lipa's big disco hit and was influenced supposedly, and it was such rumor, by going to disco night Thursday at the Stagecoach. And sure enough, that rumor is true. You uncovered it all, Renee.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
Yes, I got the whole story from her. This was a real estate, originally it was just a real estate story. And then I got the opportunity to interview the owner and talk about her time in Jackson. And so I thought that was a much better story. So that's what I went with.
Absolutely.
We still talk about the home and how cool it is, but
the outpost cabin that when she found it, told her agents, don't bother driving me around to more places. This is it. I will go live here and I will never sell it. Couldn't imagine herself selling it. It's on the market. Life changes, but that song, Don't Start Now, I can't tell you how New Rules as well. Those two Dua Lipa songs were smash hits. They got to be platinum. And in the case of Don't Start Now, it literally revived a disco movement. That song alone, that album of Dua Lipa's, brought disco back. Emily Warren brought disco back. And it all came from the Stagecoach disco night on Thursday, where I used to be a bouncer.
I just get slacked by the AI text bot that wants me to do something. I don't know.
Oh.
On Slack. Have you had that?
Yeah, it tells me I've missed some important discussions, and whenever I go see all you guys are talking about is something dumb, I've gotten those.
I don't know about you, but I'm getting tired of all these AI push things.
Yeah.
My iPad has adopted AI, and what I've noticed as I'm making notes or writing about something, it's changing words that aren't even misspelled. Like today, want became, or the word wish became want. Wasn't misspelled. Just AI decided that want would be better. That I really meant want instead of wish, or
right.
Just all kinds of things like that, where it's not even misspelled and it changes the word. That's crazy.
I have noticed that. Where you would hope that artificial intelligence simply looks at grammar, like which there did I mean to say, which there, and not try to anticipate what's your intent in the whole piece. Oh, she's writing about real estate, so she probably means this word. You're like, whoa, you're looking way too far into my writing. Get off me. Yeah.
Well, I know what word I meant to type. If it's not misspelled, leave it alone. This is really bad when it comes to like names. It just goes in there and changes.
Yeah. Especially, right.
It's a proper noun. Why are you changing a proper noun?
Yeah, or if you've capitalized somebody's name, it used to leave that alone. I used to capital because it's someone's name, and the name might be weird to AI. I know. It's Siri. I got news for you. Renee Jean's never wrong. When she writes something, that's how she meant it. Back off. All right.
Sorry, Dick.
Oops, I bounced you out. Have a great weekend, Renee. Appreciate it.
Bye now.
Yeah. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Ask Abby's coming up next.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Ask Abby. Abby looks very smart today for some reason.
Yes.
You feeling smart?
Yep, always.
We're gonna travel the globe. Get your visa ready. How stamped is your passport? We're going around the world.
Jake, you know this is the worst. I'm pulling up a map right now.
All right.
I'm gonna cheat.
Pull up a map. It may not do you much good, but go ahead. We'll allow a study tool called the globe. You can have the map of the globe. Let's dig right in. Ask Abby. The largest country on Earth.
Asia.
Asia's not. Where's my buzzer? I should have had that buzzer ready. Oh, that's not the buzzer. No. Asia's a continent, largest country on Earth.
Russia.
Yes. Bam. Most populated country on Earth.
China.
I would have probably guessed that too. My second guess would be
America.
no.
Oh.
No, they got lots of people in this country. Way more than they could handle.
What's it start with?
They hate Pakistan. I'll tell you that. Starts with an I.
Oh, Iran.
No. Iran doesn't have that many people. They keep killing them.
Indonesia.
Indonesia is going to factor in later, but it's no.
I don't know. Iceland.
Iceland most populated?
No, it's not.
I can't hit that loud enough. No.
Iraq.
No. I mean, you're more like you're likely to meet a person from this country at the 7-Eleven.
India.
Yes. It took that clue to get the right answer out of you. Oh my goodness. All right. The most mountainous country.
Sweden.
No.
Aw.
Good guess. Good guess. If you're looking to climb mountains, you would head straight to think of
Indonesia.
No, but they're the most volcanic country in the world. So we'll give you like partial. No, most of your mountain guides, your climbing guides are of this descent. They're of this. Your climbing ascent guides are of this descent. We're looking for Nepalese.
Oh. I could have maybe gotten there. I could have maybe gotten to that answer.
Maybe. The most, this country shares two distinctions. The country that has the most earthquake-prone country and also the snowiest country.
The most earthquakes and the most snow.
Yeah. It's a tough one.
Huh?
It's a tough one. You don't think of them for the snow, maybe the earthquakes.
Well, when I think of earthquakes, I think of California.
Which is a country, according to anyone in California. It's their own country. We're looking for country.
I don't know. What's it start with?
J.
A country that starts with J.
It's not real big. They have earthquakes and snow.
Jakarta.
No.
Jordan.
You're overthinking it. It's easier than that. They've had a Winter Olympics, which makes sense with the snow and all.
Oh, I don't know.
Japan.
You're right. I was overthinking that a lot.
Looking for Japan. Easy. The driest country on earth. Also,
Casper, Wyoming.
Yes. Kind of right. It's also a place you would go if you were looking to see the Valley of the Kings. You would book a trip to this country.
I don't know. Those were two really great hints, and I have nothing.
They got lots of pyramids.
Egypt.
Yeah, driest country in the earth.
You really have to give these ones away today.
Yeah, this is tough. And this requires like a global knowledge. This is hard.
Which I don't even have a local knowledge.
Right. I mean, you have Wyoming. You're Wyoming.
Even then, if you were to ask me to point in the direction of Warland, I don't know.
Wait a minute.
I don't really know what to do.
On the subject of let's just give you a layup then. Let me give you a softball. What's the number of Uintah County? License plate number.
That's Evanston, right?
Yeah.
I should know this.
Yeah.
Everyone is screaming at me right now. I can feel it.
Abby.
It's not 12. It's not 16. Is it a single number?
No. It's a teens.
No, it's a teens. It's not 11. It's not 13.
Are you going to go through all the knots or are you going to answer in a positive fashion?
19.
Correct. All right. Back to the world. The rainiest country on earth, the wettest, the rainiest, which is probably why they developed outerwear. They're famous for their outerwear, your jacket.
Oh, Patagonia. Colombia.
Yes, Colombia. Excellent. The most polluted country on earth starts with a B.
It's not Brazil, is it?
No, they'll factor in later. We will have a Brazil answer.
I was gonna say Vietnam off the top of my head, so that does not start with a B.
That's a good guess, actually. No, they have the largest delta in the world where their rivers spill out into the ocean, which is terrible to also be so polluted. Ugh. No, I think they top manufacturer. If your stuff isn't made in Taiwan, it's likely made in this country. Most polluted.
And it starts with a B?
Yeah. It's a hard one. It's not a...
Bangladesh.
Yeah. You just came up with that one by looking up and to the left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I 100% didn't think you were going to magic wand that either. I was expecting you to be like, Abby.
No, largest rainforest in the world.
Indonesia.
Well,
nope.
No.
I'm just going to keep saying that one until I get it right.
This is one that you guessed before, but you got them wrong for the answer.
Brazil.
Yes. Largest Christian population.
I should know this. What's it start with?
U.
Ukraine?
Mm.
Insert shaking head knowing that was not the correct answer. Oh my gosh. I can't even
Also the country with the largest gold reserves, if that helps. Who's you're likely Christian and we're sitting on a lot of gold here.
And it starts with a U.
Yeah. As in
what?
As in you live there.
Oh. The United States of America.
Yeah, we're primarily Christian. All right, let's go to cities. Cities on Earth. You're booking a trip. You're on the Google Flights or you're on the Delta app, and you say, I want to visit the hottest city in Europe. Hot, not like good-looking boys and girls. Hot, like woo! Don't pack much clothes.
In Europe?
In Europe.
Is it where the highest population of nude beaches are as well?
Probably.
What's it start with?
A.
Amsterdam.
No.
I think that's all I got in the vault up there.
Athens is a tough one. All right, here's an easy one. The largest city in France by population.
Paris.
Yes. Largest city in Germany by population. Or the only city you know.
In Germany?
Yeah.
I don't even know one, I don't think.
Sure you do. That's when Hitler tried to hide and think of all the Gestapo doing their thing. Hitler's got a big parade going. It all happened in...
You're going to have to give me the first letter.
B.
Berlin.
Yes, Berlin. Largest city in Italy by population.
Rome.
Yes.
Give me, I'm getting better.
You're going now. You're on a string. Largest Spanish city. Largest city in Spain. Probably the only one you know in Spain. The only one I can think of.
What's it start with?
M.
Madrid.
Yes. All right. Here's one you should know. I just read this recently, actually. The oldest city in the world. It's mentioned in the Bible often.
Yeah. It's not Jerusalem, is it?
No.
Bethlehem.
Starts with a D. As in, damn, it should be easy to remember that city.
I don't know.
Damascus. Okay. What is smallest country in the world? This is always a trick question. Because it is a country technically. You don't think of it as a country.
It's small.
Small.
Does it start with the P?
No. Although the Pope lives there.
The Pope lives in the Vatican.
Vatican City, smallest country in the world.
Huh.
Longest river.
The Nile.
Yes. Deepest river.
The Jordan.
No. What's another like giant river?
Mississippi.
Yeah.
The
I think it's in Africa. I know somebody who went down it.
What's it start with?
C.
I don't know.
Congo.
Oh.
The
I don't think I knew that. I didn't know that one.
Which country produces the most wheat in the world?
Italy.
No.
The U.S.
That would have been my guess, the U.S. But no. Just for the sheer size of this country, they can pump out the wheat.
What's it start with?
See.
Yeah, you're going to sound them out for me?
Yeah.
It's so bad you have to sound them out.
It's getting that bad, Abby.
China.
Yeah, it's China. What country produces the most wine? Don't overthink it.
Italy.
No.
Paris.
Yeah.
Oh.
France, yeah. Okay, we're getting down to the end. You've got to get these.
Thank the Lord. It's almost over.
If you wanted to see the famed Acropolis, you would book your flight to this city in Greece.
Athens.
Yes. And finally, what is the world's oldest car manufacturer still operating today, pumping out cars?
Like the brand?
Yeah. German.
It's not Audi?
No.
German cars. What's it start with?
It's 2 words starting with M.
It's not Mazda, Mitsubishi.
No, I think they're German, although I look them up and there's...
Oh, are you giving me bad intel now?
Well, I think, no, it's German. They're in the U.S. now, though. They might have relocated.
Not Maserati. It's 2 words.
No, they're known for the, German engineering. Yeah, it is German. If you want a German engineered vehicle, you buy one of these. And it's the oldest manufacturer. MB.
Mercedes-Benz?
Yes, the Mercedes-Benz. Well,
Poor
Abby,
performance today.
It's been our pleasure to have you doing world global questioning.
It's been real. It's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun.
Hasn't been real informative either. Thank you, Abby. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Bye. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Coming up next, special guest Damien Anderson. We're going to talk about cyber threats and that the cyber threats made to schools across Wyoming yesterday. We're going to dig into that right after this break.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
We're getting back to it after break on a Thursday. Cowboy State Daily Show into the Zoom room, and we'll pick up a discussion with Damien Anderson. We're going to talk about cyber threats, AI stuff. How do you detect it? What can you do about it? We heard the other day from Greg Johnson. Yesterday, schools across Wyoming, some dozen schools received an automated call telling them there's a bomb in the school. Damien Anderson, he's going to talk about cyber threats, AI threats. Army veteran with experience in this, information management officer. More and more, this is, I'm afraid, the world we're going to be living in, Damien, where robots are going to be against us. Somebody unleashes them. We'll talk about that, but more and more, the work of nefarious bad actors, whether it's a country or just a political group, whoever it is, they're going to utilize AI and make cyber threats and just drag down America with bomb-sniffing dogs that got to go out to schools every other day. It's just silliness. Damien, what do you know about it? And we're going to see more and more of it. Thanks for being on.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me here. AI is kind of the new industry. We're seeing a lot more cyber threats coming up with AI. One of those things is, right, like we just wrote a proof of concept the other day. It took me 4 hours using AI to write a proof of concept to go ahead and find out what was happening on a computer. And kind of one of those things like that lets the bad guys write code in a much faster version of what they're seeing and what we're used to.
Interesting. AI, artificial intelligence, as we know it, can be used for both good and bad. We see it used for bad often, but yeah, as you point out, Damien, you can use it to help, go out there and collect research and help you work on something.
Yep. So I run a cybersecurity firm here in Cody, Wyoming, and we use it as a first line of defense. So our AI is always backed up with human intelligence on the backside of that, of course. But the initial response is our AI is going to look for patterns of life and normal habits of the computer system. And then if it detects something out of the ordinary, it's going to flag that and let our human analysts know right away, hey, there's something happening here. And then our guys can go in and actually find out, hey, is this a normal threat or is this something that shouldn't be happening? And then we can respond accordingly.
Going back to a military comparison, the Army or whatever, this sounds like AI is your boots on the ground. These are the grunts. AI can go out and do stuff, but you're going to need baked in a human, a general back in the Pentagon to decipher and make decisions. Is that how you do it? Is that how we should be doing it?
I mean, as far as the military goes, that's a whole nother story. But,
yeah.
I mean, it definitely allows a smaller team to handle and succeed at a much bigger game in that realm with AI. Like it's a force multiplier for sure. I don't think it will ever replace humans in the actual intelligence and capabilities of knowing what we're doing and what we can defend against.
Now, what would you classify, Damien, as how do we define cyber threat? Is it a robocall placed to a high school saying there's a bomb in the gym? Or is it an attempted hack on trying to get money out of a banking institution? What is a cyber threat? It's like everything, right?
Pretty much everything, yeah. So if there's any sort of a threat and it's related with technology, it's now considered a cyber threat these days. We're seeing everything from spam telephone calls. People are considering cyber threats. Usually they're trying to get money out of you. Breaking into computers, we're seeing a lot more of that. We were actually just responding to one here in Cody yesterday. Small business got hit with, somebody trying to break into their machine. We stopped it immediately, and and then the fun begins trying to decide where it's coming from, how secure you got to keep it, and all of that stuff. I mean, in the school realm, right? Like we're seeing it all the time. Spam calls, everybody gets them. Robo dialing, all of that.
Damien, what do they call that nonsense when your machine, like something about you is taken hostage and you have to pay money to ransom this ransomware crap?
Ransomware?
Oh.
Yep.
Can you?
So, I mean, that is big industry. I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but it's growing. I believe at a rate of doubling every year in the payouts there. We're actually seeing cyber groups are actually selling off access to your machine to other groups that are initiating and doing the actual ransomware.
So all these,
but good news, there are ways to prevent that.
Yeah, I want to learn what some of those are, and I want to know there are good guys, folks out there wearing the white hat, not the black hat. Because it seems like there's so many more bad actors that are using AI for bad stuff, to the point where like they seem to be the smartest ones, where if you catch some 17-year-old in his basement hacking into something, you hire him to prevent other people from hacking. Are there people out there that understand where the vulnerabilities are and try to, block all that?
Yeah, absolutely. So most of your large companies like Google, Microsoft, I believe even Facebook, they've got a program where people are actually, if you find a vulnerability in their software, they will actually pay you for that information as long as you haven't released it anywhere else, so that they can fix it before anybody else discovers it. Bug hunting programs. And so there's a lot of those. And then on the other side, right, like those companies, our teams, we all have people that's what they're out there doing. They're threat hunting. We're trying to find the threats before they start getting exploited.
Talk about more about what you do, Damien, because I'm visualizing it's a very personal approach to a, let's say, Norton antivirus. Any of these antivirus you put on your machine, things change so fast that the things Norton schooled to look for and protect against, that was so yesterday. What do you do? Is it similar to that?
It is very similar. We use different tools. So most of your old school antivirus is based off of a signature detection. So it's looking for known threats that already exist. We use advanced endpoint detection on the computers and mobile devices. And that's going to look for basically what's normal in those computer programs. It's going to read the actual code of the program and look for calls out to the internet and say, hey, should this program be reaching out to the internet? One of the big ones is passwords, right? Like all your passwords are stored and encrypted on your computer, or most of them. And so if you're running, Notepad or Internet Explorer, it really doesn't have any business trying to pull all of your passwords. And so our advanced endpoint detection is going to flag that, and then it's going to bring it to our actual analysts that are sitting on call. We have somebody running and monitoring our systems 24/7 for our clients. And so they're looking at that, and as soon as they get the alert, they're going, okay, well, does this actually make sense, right? Like sometimes it does make sense. If we're backing up your system, then we want to get a copy of everything that you've got and make sure that that's secure. But if it's, Notepad reaching out and trying to access the internet, that is pretty indicative of somebody in your system trying to get out.
Yeah. All right, Damien. Damien,
you kind of asked about ransomware. So that's one of the things that we actually prevent against is ransomware. And one of the ways that we do that is both with our advanced endpoint detection to stop it from ever getting into your computer, but then also continuous backups that are non-changeable. So with our clients, if anything were to ever hit their machine and actually lock it out, we can restore back to hours within their time frame and not have lost any data and not have had to pay the ransom.
That's helpful to be able to reverse the clock just a little bit. Yeah, I love that. Damien Anderson, this is his world, cybersecurity. And when we're talking about password hacking, I remember reading something on the internet that showed how long it would take AI. You and I could sit and try variations of a password. Oh, maybe it's his birthday. Or AI can simply go through every possible 8-digit number and letter. So how important is it to have the longer the string of the password, even though it's hard to remember, the mixing of uppercase, lowercase, adding symbols, numbers? Give me an idea of how much that matters. Well, 4-letter password compared to a 14-letter password, the digit that has numbers, symbols, all that stuff.
It's exponential. Like as you grow in the length and complexity of it, it becomes exponential. One of the big things, and one of the things that we always tell our clients, and one of the things that we provide is a password manager. So it's going to have one password that you have, and then it creates and stores all of those passwords for all of your different places. One of the biggest threats and the easiest attack vectors is compromised passwords. Most people use the same password, easy to remember, dog's favorite or first animal you ever had as your password. Well, if you use that on your bank and your email and everywhere else that you get asked for a password, all they have to do is crack it one time, and then they can get access to all of your devices. And so with password management, and especially ours, that's all encrypted, stored. You have one master password that's not used anywhere else except to access your passwords. And then you grab the password and it just autofills it for you.
All right, let's say you haven't taken any of these proper steps. You've already been infiltrated. You've been attacked, cyber threat, whatever it is. What's the ability to track where it came from? We all hear about how, things can be pinged off an IP anywhere in the world. But is there inherent metadata in things that you can trace? What is your ability to track something down if it's already happened?
So all kind of depends. Attribution is one of the harder things via the internet. There's a lot of things that people can do to hide their IP address or move it around between places. The more sophisticated and, the higher up the list you go into, like this nation states and big advanced hacking groups, the more ability we have to actually track that information, right? So one of the big things you hear VPN all the time, everybody talks about a virtual private network. You just remote in and your computer comes from somewhere else. That does change the initial and the easy to find IP address, because now it looks like your IP address came from somewhere else. But with sophisticated techniques, there are ways to go in and you can actually see who grabbed that IP address and the backside of where it was connected to.
That's what I want to know. Yeah, I can remember my whole VPN experience involves trying to use it so I didn't have a football game blacked out on my package or something. Tried to pretend I lived in upstate New York or whatever it was. So interesting. So more and more, we're probably going to also see these voiceover threats. Like, are you following what happened with the school? I mean, I have voice, IDs done by people.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
That's not a person, it's not like the old computer sounding voices. They sound really real. That's a whole nother world of trouble.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're starting to see that. Some of them there are actually some hidden ways that they're detecting that information. There are ways to do it. A lot of the AI generations are now embedding some low-level watermarking that you can digitally analyze and see, hey, this was created. And it'll actually tell you where and which AI group created it. And then, I mean, one of the big things is, just the way that they talk. It doesn't always match.
Just as you were answering that question, I got a phone call. The AT&T assures me it thinks is spam. Oh my goodness, people spoofing phone numbers drives me crazy, Damien. If we know it's spam, then don't even whatever. But using a phone number, there's a whole world of landmines out there. That's why you got to make sure you're safe. What's the name of your outfit? You're in Cody, you said?
Yeah, so we're in Cody, Wyoming, and our company is called Arsenal Dev.
Well,
so we do cybersecurity both for, large corporations. Our main clients are small businesses. And then we also do residential cybersecurity. Kind of an area that people aren't really looking at the moment, but really should be.
Yeah.
Your smart TV is actually one of the easier things to hack usually because nobody thinks about updating it.
Right. My LG smart TV, my smart refrigerator, that's the way in. That's the portal into causing destruction for me. I'm glad you're out there fighting the good fight on behalf of, the good guys. Damien Anderson, thanks for being on, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
You bet. Have a great weekend. We are out of time. We got to wrap things up on the Cowboy State Daily Show for a Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way, Wyoming.